Zagreb Grand-Prix 2017, Croatia. We start in about 5 minutes from now. We remind you that today is the first day, and for today we have 5 kilogram weight categories. These categories are for men under 60 and under 66 kilo, and for women under 48, under 52 and under 57 kilo. We wish to let all athletes the best of luck and fair competition.
Do 60 kg, do 66 kg, i ženske kategorije do 48 kg, do 52 kg i do 57 kg. Žena svima natjecateljima koje se već olimpijskih natjecatelja.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the opening day of competition at the Zagreb Grand Prix. I'm delighted to be sitting alongside Neil Adams. A very good morning to you, Neil.
Yeah, good morning, Sheldon. Glad to be here.
Looking forward to this one then.
Absolutely.
We've got 5 weight categories to bring you. We're going to rush through this because we've only got 5 minutes before we get underway. The 5 weight categories are the under 60 and under 66 kilo categories for men, and we've got the under 48, 52 and 57 kilo categories for women. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 60 kilo category. Number 1 seed, Amiran Papanashvili of Georgia. Number 2 seed is Robert Shvirabadze of Russia. His teammate Albert Ogazov is the number 3 seed, and the number 4 seed is Bekir Ozlu of Turkey. Neil may have a couple that he wants to pick out and add to that list.
I think so. I think our first fight up is going to be Aoki Dai of Japan, and I think that's going to be he'll be a major one thrown into the mix. And I think also Kitadai, of course, you can't write him off, can you? He's going to be in there as well. But it'll be interesting. Aoki Dai is going to be the first matchup. 2
top draw fighters to add to that top 4. The top 4 in the under 66 kilo category. Jakub Shamilov of Russia. Sergio Olienic of Portugal is the number 2 seed. The number 3 seed is Nathan Katz of Australia. And the number 4 seed is Anzur Adanov of Russia. Who should we be looking to add into that one then?
Yeah, well, such is their depth in the under 66 kilos category, but I think Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan will be one. They'll have him out for a reason, so watch out for him.
Okay, Hashiguchi added to the mix there. We're going to go backwards here. Let's start with the under 57 kilo category for women. Theresa Stoll of Germany is the number 1 seed. Dakota Smith-Davis of Great Britain is number 2. Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia is the number 3 seed, and the number 4 seed is Tamaoki Momo of Japan.
Kalakas of Hungary, for me, thrown into the mix. Again, so experienced and, a regular medalist in Grand Prix, Grand Slam tournaments, World tournaments. So watch out for Kalakas.
In the under 52 kilo category, Angelica Delgado is the number 1 seed from the United States of America. Pop Reca of Hungary is the number 2 seed. The number 3 seed is Jessica Pereira of Brazil. And the number 4 seed is Astrid Neto of France.
And want to look out for Valentem of Brazil, up from 48 kilograms into the under 52 kilograms. So she'll be just thrown into the mix. Watch out for her.
Be interesting to see how she gets on, having changed weight categories, as Neil has said there. Okay, let's take a look at the last of the categories then. It's the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Milica Nikolic of Serbia. Number 2 is the current Olympic champion Paula Pareto of Argentina. Number 3 seed is Monica Ungranu of Romania. And the number 4 seed is Gabriela Chibana of Brazil.
Yeah, watch out for Endo again from Japan. Endo, of course, if you have a look at her record, she has an incredible record of people she's beaten. She's only lost ever to the best people in the world, so she'll be thrown into the mix. And I think due to fight Pareto in the semi-final, should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's unfortunate for the rest of the fighters in that category that Endo has come in here unseeded. It's like a roll of the dice. He just ends up anywhere. And, you know,
Well, I think also as well, because Pareto hasn't fought since the Olympic Games, and, you know, so she's going to be a little bit rusty. You know, we've watched it, some of the top fighters, when they're a little bit ring rusty and find it difficult. So that'll be a good test for her.
we're going to start by looking at the contests on mat number 1 and the opening contest in the under 60 kilo category. There features someone that Neil mentioned, that's Aoki Dai of Japan. He's up against Szabo Tsaba of Hungary. It's Aoki in the white judogi, Szabo in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action. There you go. Oh,
So here we go. And Aoki here in white, as you can see. And I know that the referees have been told that give them time to grip up. Saying that, almost I thought it was going to be Shido straight away there. Got to give them time to grip up, you know, because obviously the gripping strategy is so important. It's got to be positive and it's got to be progressive.
you mentioned the instructions that the referees have been given. We've got a couple of new referees on the circuit, and one of them is in the middle at the moment, a former French heavyweight.
Yeah, well, of course, I mean, we can always say, can't we, that it's down to interpretation, but I mean, the main job, I think, is to get everybody thinking in the same direction, and that means that we've got to everybody know that it's about positive. We mustn't just look for the Shidos and just give Shidos for the sake of it. We've got to give time for contests to build, and you've got to give time for the athletes to get a good grip. And now, of course, ideal situation, you can see there that, and you know, this for me, I don't know if you're the same, Sheldon, but for me, both fighters here were passive, right? Neither one of them has attacked. One of them, obviously Szabo, was the one that got the Shido. I don't think, for me, that's fair. I think it could go both ways. Just an opinion.
Yeah, there are times when the referee in the middle looks and says exactly what Neil has. You know, both fighters are passive, and rather than just give one each, he has a look and said, which one out of the two was more passive than the other? They're both passive,
Yeah.
and he says, I'm not going to give it both ways. Both of them have been passive. I'm going to look and see if there's one that I can just say was worse than the other.
Yeah,
Szabo got that.
Yeah, he did do. And of course it does rev them up. I mean, it revs them up. They realise they've got to attack, and away they go. But now Shido, I mean, there's especially with only 3 Shidos now,
Yeah.
it's over with, you know, and it can make the difference at the end.
Well, we were talking about the referees, and I mentioned about the referee in the middle, Mathieu Bataille of France. He only stopped competing 4 years ago.
Good to see them fast-tracked, you know, and
Yeah.
this is one of the key things that they're trying to do now, of course, is to get some of the top fighters through and fast-track them through to the international level of refereeing. Good idea.
3 times a world bronze medalist in the Open in the plus 100 kilo category, and then he had some terrific results. I think if he'd stayed on the mat, he could probably beat a few of them that were fighting
I'm
today.
sure you're right, absolutely. No, I'm sure.
Mathieu Bataille of France is the referee in the middle for this one. 2 penalties picked up by Szabo inside the last minute now. Aoki hasn't looked troubled, has he? You know?
No, he hasn't, but not using the positive grips that he's getting sometimes. And I think that it'll be a shame when it first contest out, just to be a bit off the pace here. Szabo, obviously that first penalty that he received here is going to cost him dearly if he gets another penalty. Good transition into the Newaza there. He's going to look for the front somersault here. He's got the housing possibility here, Aoki. And he does the turn. Nice turnover. Can he get him backwards? He'll have to get his back onto the ground for the Osai Komi. Aoki just has a look at the referee there to say, well, it's Osai Komi, but it wasn't.
No.
It was in no way Osai Komi.
He was a bit hopeful.
Yeah, just a bit.
Well, it's not going to be long enough now for Szabo to come back. He's struggling here. He's going to take those two Shidos into the golden score period, and we know what normally happens in that kind of... Yeah, he came in with the left foot heavily strapped up, Aoki, and he's limped back to his start point. That's not a good sign in round one.
It's certainly not. And, you know, he's into golden score now, and that's not going to get any better, is it,
No.
that ankle? Well, I suspect that's one of the main reasons he's not going in with the big guns. He's not doing anything off of the one leg. He's not doing any uchimatas.
He strapped it up, and he said, "I'm going to have a go." But to be honest, you know, it's not hard, man. But maybe it was the sort of thing that you just say, "Look, I've picked up a knock. Maybe yesterday in training or whatever the case is, it's not working out. I'm off, you know, and leave it."
Well, especially when he gets up against Papinashvili or, you know, the two Russians that he's got a little bit later on. It's going to be very, very difficult for him.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring up the draw and see where that puts him, because if he started out this early, then the chances are he's going to be drawn against the number one seed, and it is actually. He is. This win will bring him up against Papinashvili. He's not going to fancy that at all, is he? A little over a minute.
I'm surprised, actually. I was going to say, I'm surprised that the Japanese have still got him out there.
There's no need.
Injured. No.
Yeah.
So 1 minute 20 into golden score, and any score, of course, will take this match. One more penalty against Szabo, will be all over. Of course, he still has a chance to pull this back, and well, that's open for review, of course, I think, as to whether that's going to be the situation. Golden score, I think, you know, there's a lot of different possibilities looked at for golden score as to whether just to have a straight actual score that decides it, or 3 penalties for Honsokamaki. But I think with the Shido situation at the moment, it makes it quite difficult to kind of understand. Well, I did say, didn't I, as we were opening up, that Aoki will see what he can do, but I certainly don't think he's going to get past Papinashvili. That's just an opinion.
No, I can't see him picking up in round 2 to get past Papinashvili. No, he's given them plenty of opportunities, both of them really. Aoki to stay in the contest because he hasn't really done anything. He could have been penalised by now.
Well, and this is why I say about giving the Shido at the wrong time, and he's going to be overruled here, the referee. He's going to, Honsokamaki, I think, Szabo, and he's going to give him a third penalty. So it's I quite like his interpretation there. He wanted him to carry on, but you know, that's one of the problems, isn't it, of giving a Shido at the wrong time, because then he tried to catch up a little bit later. Is a bit more sympathetic to Szabo getting the third penalty, and it shouldn't have been like that.
Yeah,
perhaps it should have been that Szabo got the second penalty.
Yeah. No complaints from the Hungarian. He accepts that.
Aoki, I think, goes through to the next round, and I'm suspecting it's going to be against Papinashvili of Georgia.
Not his best performance, Aoki, I'm afraid, but he's carrying that foot injury, the left foot. I think that really hampered him. He showed us nothing really, and Papinashvili is just going to be too much in round 2. Right, coming up next, Matthias Turbots of Slovenia faces Luka Mekidze of France. It's Turbots in the white judogi, Mekidze in blue.
Well, he's all action, isn't he, the Slovenian? Absolutely all action, which is so traditional, really, with the Slovenian group. And I say it's male or female, doesn't matter who it is. They're all action. They come forwards. There's no backward no backward turn for them, is there? There really isn't.
I don't want to say or use the word clone.
But it is, isn't it? You know, it's exactly what it is. They all come out the same group and they all go forwards.
They've all got that little bouncy step and movement as well. Oh, nice little Tomonagi effort. Khedze just spinning out of that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he spun out of that as opposed to Terabot's trying to turn him.
Well, so far, Terabot has been the one initiating. Good grip, dominates the grip. He's got the sleeve grips. Now, it's a good indicator here of what is positive and what is negative. He'll have to get full rotation on that Seoinage, though.
.60 kilos is the weight category that we are concentrating on this morning. We spoke about Aoki Dai as one of the not outsiders, but someone else to look at. That was before we saw him limp off the mat. and before we realised that he was going to face Papinashvili next contest. So I'm glad that I didn't put too much money on him. Felipe Kitadai is up in 2 fights' time. That may be a different prospect. No scorers yet. 2 minutes and change left to go.
Well, it's always quite difficult, isn't it? Straight first tournament after the World Championships, and everybody then has to kind of kick-start it all again. But it's not going to be that long before we go into the final kind of run into the qualification period, the 2 years up to the Olympics, isn't it?
And it really gets interesting.
Then it does.
Our commentary position is way up in the rafters today. I said to my chief that we're up here with the pigeons because I can see.
Hey, welcome to my world.
a few nests up here. But even higher than us is one of our colleagues. Gibran Khan has got a seat higher up, and he's up on a dais all on his own up there.
You could probably see the map from there.
He's looking down on all the proceedings like a king on a throne. Look, they put him up there all on his own. Poor fella.
Obviously not listening.
No. Well, there's that 14-second delay. It hasn't hit him yet. Turbots and Mahidze, no score as yet. Turbots for me has just done that little bit more. About you?
Yeah, I think so. He's the one that's been initiating the major throwing techniques, that's for sure. But still no ippons yet, and that's what we want to see. Don't forget that it's all about ippons and initiating the big movements, either throwing or on the ground.
He's just taking a little scratch on the lip, and the referee's just moved him off the mat to have that wiped away. I think the lip one is almost impossible to stem, or it's very difficult, and I wouldn't want to have a plaster on there either, not on your lip. Maybe just above there.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you see them come back sometimes if they got some blood or something on their head, and then they come back like Mummy's Returns, you know?
It's only a minor cut.
Yeah.
But well, the thing is, they want to get them back on there as quickly as possible, so they just stuff something on, wrap it round, and say, on you go, pal.
And also, of course, if it's the same cut, or say, you know, you're only allowed two
goes
times,
at it,
two goes at it.
Do you remember when they used to have on the scoreboard a little plus or cross? And when you got to your third cross,
that was it.
You were out.
Easy to understand, though. I think we're going to see a score now. Something's going to happen here. So Turboch again in for the Yoko Otosh. Now then trying for the arm lock here.
He didn't get the leg extended at all for that, did he? Not really. You know, you want a little bit of top half working, but you also want that block. And he didn't have that little sit-down Yoko Otoshi that Neil is talking about. It's very, very effective when executed well. No rotation there from Turboats, and he was lucky to get away with that. The reason I think he left him was Mahidze was in a position to attack on the ground.
Well, I think you're right. He's the one been doing all the attacks. He's got to be careful. One more drop like that, he's definitely going to get... I mean, that's what the referees have been told. No rotation.
He's missed again.
Yeah. And he's the one putting in the work here.
Yeah. Yeah, Neil's right. He doesn't want to make a mistake here and pick up a penalty, having done most of the work. Stay clever. 20-odd seconds left to go. See, now the Frenchman's got to attack there because he's put, both hands on one side. And there was only one option for him, and that was the Makikomi. And he didn't really come up with that, did he?
No, he didn't. There's no real control, no elevation, and... We see it more and more, don't we, with the 60 kilos. It's very, very low to the ground. So a lot of Yoko Toshi's, Yoko Satemiwaza.
That cut, by the way, was on the nose, not the lip.
Well, second golden score. And there will be people out there going, oh, there's a lot of golden scores nowadays, but, whether there was golden score or not, there's still no score in this match. You can't do anything about that, can you? You can't do it for them.
The other thing is we've taken a minute off. It used to be 5 minutes. This wouldn't have been a golden score. The first one wouldn't have been a golden score. So it's tricky. I like the pressure aspect of it after 4 minutes as well. I haven't done anything in 4 minutes. Golden score. I think that's that for me it's working. Well, from a spectator point of view.
Sure. Well, of course, we see, don't we, then, that golden scores are long. So it may be an incentive to finish a golden score so that they actually go for it.
Get it done with.
And that's what we need. So he's going for the arm lock again here.
He's just picked up in this second half, hasn't he, Makidze? Or Makidze. I have to listen to Georgie pronounce that one. Our stadium announces from Georgia, and I'm absolutely certain that is a Georgian name, despite the fact that he's emblazoned with the tricolour. That was a beautiful effort.
It's all over, yeah. Wazari scored there, Makikomi. And, well, that went against the grain, didn't it? Makidze there.
Right at the end, he kept coming up. We were just talking about him coming into the second half of the contest a little bit stronger. All the work that Turboats had done, don't let it go on the back of a penalty because he was looking, just a little bit stale. The efforts weren't strong at the end. And then Makidze came through.
Yeah, Turboats did all of the work. And, well, he just absolutely stole that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good score in the end.
It was actually. He finished it off well.
Just looking at the French coach there, and he's saying, that's good. You wrap the arm up at last.
Yeah. How long have I been telling you that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, coming up next, Maximilian Heder of Germany faces Mehman Sadigov of Azerbaijan. Heder, I wonder where that name comes from, Max. Because I tell you what, it does sound a bit like... Azerbaijan, he doesn't look anything like Kanazeri though. But he is facing one. It's Heder in the white judogi, Sadigov in blue. I haven't seen Maximilian Heder before. First time I've seen the German.
I think that's one of the interesting things, isn't it? That we see athletes out in the qualification, like an Olympic qualification period. And we see new fighters on the block. We see some of the ones that are going for a second and third Olympic cycle. Nice to see sometimes new faces as well. Playing the edge, which isn't a good thing, and I think got to be careful playing the edge, whether you're pushing out or whether you're near the edge, ready to step out. Now then, Wazari given there. I'd like to see that one back in slow motion because I see where the actual landing was. Nice Yoko Otoshi. Brilliant stuff there. Sadigov gets a good score on the board. Toshi into the Yoko Satemi, so throwing over both flanks. The Azeri fighter.
That wasn't really going anywhere, was it?
No, not really. Well, they've got such a history, haven't they? At 60, 66 kilograms, the Azeri fighters. And they have a great tradition in cadet and juniors. Because they mature so quickly and quicker than the rest at that particular age group. So left against right here, Serigov, left-handed. And that's why they're finding it difficult to catch that sleeve, going to have to attack, and that's why Serigov, successful with his Yoko Otoshi, over to the opposite side. So finding it difficult, the German, to get through the defence. Serigov now following down, not renowned for the Newaza. Azerbaijan team not renowned for it, but one or two of the fighters have got one or two moves that they're starting to do now. Specialist moves on the ground. Now he's got the sleeves, Serigov. Is he going to use it? Watch for the change as well. He'll change it to the other flank.
Well, the Germans are experimenting with Maximilian Hayder. He's only 20. It's his first outing on an IJF Judo World Tour event.
Well, I think Richard Troutman putting his youngsters out, isn't he? You know, he's really testing his youngsters. I mean, look at the result they got at 81 kilograms at the World Championships. Amazing stuff. Not a youngster, but certainly experimenting with a developing team.
I didn't have any money on him.
I don't think anybody did.
Maybe his mum.
I think his mum did. Mind you, saying that, and I mean, he had upset a lot of people at different times.
I was pleased for him. I was pleased for him. I was pleased for Nemanja Majdov. You know, there were two young guys out there who no one had said
was going to win a world.
We're going to win a world title.
No, for sure. And unusual, isn't it, in World Championships, because World Championships normally goes to form. Yeah. Well, the German hasn't really done anything. He's fighting hard for grips. It looks to me as if he's been out-gripped here by Serigov. Serigov now just holds him off and wins on the Wazari.
Yeah, I think the last 60 kilo fighter from Germany was Tobias Engelmeyer. I haven't seen him for a bit. Maximilian Hayder at 20. His first outing ends with a loss to Memen Sadigov of Azerbaijan. Really didn't get to see what Mr. Hayder was all about. We'll have to wait for another round, I suppose. But it won't be in this competition.
No, it certainly won't. And, well, whether he had a good run out or a bad run out, I think he was a little bit outpowered, and the gripping made all the difference in that match.
Coming up next, Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. He faces Abderrahman Houmani of Morocco. It's Kitadai in the white judogi, Houmani in blue. And just to finish off on Maximilian Hayder, I'm kind of surprised that they sent him. And I'll tell you why. Because in his last three European Cup events, he's been beaten in round one. He lost in round one in Saarbrücken, he lost in round one in Bratislava, and he lost in round one in Belgrade.
And now here.
So on the strength of 3 losses in 3 competitions, you get to go to a Grand Prix. I like that kind of stuff. You could have sent me, pal.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure you could ask Richard Troutman.
Well, I know what Richard's answer will be because he's an eloquent, well-prepared guy, so he'll have an answer.
Yeah.
What that answer is,
I don't know.
beyond me, mate.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know the selection criteria in Germany, but I tell you what, it's definitely on the basis of this, not based on how many wins you've had.
No, it's not a good record, is it? Not so far. This man here, I think he's going to be obviously a contender here, Kitadai. Kitadai has really nice technique. Everything looks just, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I mean, just a little bit flat after the World Championships. And like I said, just difficult to lift yourself, but you've got to start all over again. It's all about being consistent right the way through. Of course, most of these fighters will have peaked for the World Championships. You'll have to keep hold with that Seoinage Kitadai. No hands there. Gets away with it this time.
Yeah, this is a nice position for those who have not competed at the World Championships to be in. You're almost shorn completely of all the top fighters, except on day 3. I can't wait for day 3. I was holding that back, you know. I can't wait to see the big man again.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? You know,
and Kamikawa.
Well, yeah. Well, and the great Teddy Riner in this tournament and fighting preparation, I can only assume, for the World Openweight tournament, which of course it will bring him up to 10 world titles. Can you imagine that one?
He's just rubbished our whole theory about people taking a rest after the World Championships, because he's the only one who's there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
And I can't wait to see him. We know that the rest of the group, the chasing group, are gunning for him, if you like. And for once, I felt that he really
tested.
But yeah, he put himself out. You know, it was in between the Olympic Games and the World Championships, 0, nothing. There wasn't anything. And then there he was. He put his record on the line. That was a brave guy. Said, "Yeah, okay, I'm gonna step up. I'm gonna fight at the World Championships. I know I haven't fought before. I know I've been injured. I'm gonna give it a go anyway." Okay, it wasn't quite, you know, give it a go. Riner's not the kind of guy who just says give it a go. He scored there. Sorry.
Yeah, nice drop, Seoinage there from Kitadai.
And there he went. He was tested. He got pushed a couple of times. Nobody took him the distance. He spanked everybody in the end. And he came up looking like a real champion. And it's been a while since I've been able to say that was a good performance. But it was a good performance from Riner. He lived up to all expectations.
Like you say, you know, you can only fight against what's thrown down against you, you know, and he did. He rose to the challenge.
Yeah,
he did.
Well, let's see if he's we've got a couple of days anyway, but we'll see if he's challenged again on Sunday. For my money, the biggest challenge is likely to come from the last person to defeat him, Kamikawa Daiki, and he's in the other half of the draw, so that'd be terrific if they meet in the final.
Yeah,
almost catching him again there.
Well, I thought that was a score. That would be interesting to see if they give that. I mean, because he went onto his head and possibly he might be overruled there. But anyway, Kitadai there going over both flanks. Seoinage one way, and then that Yoko Otoshi there to the other side. But anyway, one Wazari scored, and Kitadai goes through to the next round.
A workmanlike performance, I think would label that. Nothing sparkling or flashy about it, just got the job done. And Humani goes out in the first round. Kitadai goes into round 2. We've got one more contest in the under 60 kilo category, round 1 to come. That's Jan Sicardi of Monaco. He faces Gonzalo Mancino of Portugal. It'll be Sicardi in the white judogi, Mancino in blue.
The next contest from Montagami 1. First round for men under 60 kilo.
You can, of course, choose whichever mat you want to watch. There are 2 mats here, mat 1, mat 2, or if you click on the commentated channel, then you'll have Neil and myself bringing you commentary from whichever of the mats we decide to go and watch. So if you specifically want to watch a mat, whatever is on mat 1 or mat 2, then just click on that. And if you don't mind having our banter going on in the background,
we'll try and stay with you very well.
Yeah, then click on the commentated channel. And we're delighted to have you with us. We're pleased that you're watching Ippon TV. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast from day 1 of the Zagreb Grand Prix. We're going to be back here in the not too distant future when we bring you the Junior World Championships. That's in a couple of weeks' time. Next week we're in Tashkent, Uzbekistan.
Yeah, busy time.
Yeah, we are actually. It's going to be busy for the rest of the year. We've got 2 more Grand Slams to bring you before the year closes. Abu Dhabi and Tokyo. Tokyo bringing up the rear, but really bringing up the rear will be the Masters in St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
I wish they'd put it in somewhere a bit warmer. You know what I'm like with the cold weather, pal. You know, oh no.
St. Petersburg in
in December. Yeah. Good luck with that. Have to dig out the winter wear, long johns and those puffy jackets that you get. I've got one of those from Korea. The Koreans bought it for me. It was absolutely incredible, super gift.
You have to put it in your case.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that I don't live in a cold weather climate any longer, so there's no chance of sporting that in the Caribbean. You'd be like sitting in the sauna. Almost came off that Tomonaga. It's not a bad little effort, is it?
Well, Sicardi definitely the one who's initiating here, and Mancino has got to get on the pace just a little bit.
Yeah, and then there is the result of that lack of pace. He picked up that Shido. Jan Sicardi tried the little left Tomoenagi and then was fairly quickly onto the arm, but it was just too far away and there wasn't enough of it for him to grab hold.
Just walked out there, Sicardi.
He avoids picking up the penalty, though.
Yeah, he does. And they got told, I know that the referees got told that they've got to initiate the rules. It's very important that initiate the rules, be strict with them. Almost elbow out, though. Didn't quite land on his side there, Sicardi.
They've decided to give him a score.
I didn't think that was. I thought that his elbow was out. Now, has that gone up?
I'm surprised that they put that one on there.
There we go.
Yeah, so surprised that they've taken it off.
Well, they didn't put it up, did they? Interestingly enough.
Yeah, on the, did it not go up on the scoreboard? It went up on our.
Well, I thought they'd given the other one there. I think that Sicardi. Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Anyway, there's no score, just a single Shido on the board with 1.5 minutes left to go.
Sicardi, for me, doing most of the work here. He's bad on the edge, though, Sicardi. If he's going to get anything, it'll be there. And again, 2 feet out.
In the past, that's Kaikoku. Yeah. To attempt to throw your opponent when you go out of the area. He just gotten away with that. He didn't like the grip. He just threw himself out of the area. He knew it was going to be called mate after that. And then Massino had the strong grip broken up.
See, this is an ideal time. Sicardi there, you can see he's just backing up. He has no real idea as to where he is. And he's being backed up all the time. He's stepping out all the time. And the best way to make sure that he understands is by giving him
a reminder.
A reminder. You have to give him a reminder. He's got away with it about 3 times.
40-odd seconds left to go. The single Shido is against Gonçalo Mancino of Portugal. Haven't seen him before. Looks as though he's got help written on his back. It's HEP, actually. Just the HEP.
It might be help.
He may need some.
Well, certainly if I was Mancino, I would be backing Sicardi up all the time.
Yeah, just putting that pressure on him. He just wandered out again there and come back in. I know it's harsh, however, we have got rules, and by the strict interpretation of those rules, Sicardi has infringed them on a couple of occasions. He picks up a penalty, but this is for a false attack. I've got nothing against Jan. I like him, actually. He's a hard-working young man. But he's just been a little bit careless. He's done what Jan Schneiders, the head referee, tells fighters not to do. He says, don't step out. He likes to tell them that in the draw. Fight in the middle of the mat. Take a grip.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the thing is, now, if you have a look, most of the time, it's all over now.
God.
Mancino's stolen a Wazzeri with the Sodisura Komigoshi.
Neatly done.
And it's all over. Again, against the run of play there, because I thought that Sicardi was the one initiating most of the techniques.
That's an odd contest, isn't it? 11 seconds into golden score, and all of a sudden Mancino launches an effort that we hadn't seen him even attempt early on, and comes up with a score. One wonders why you waited 4 minutes to unleash that weapon. Anyway, he did, came up with a score, and that was the end of that. And got a replay there. Right, we've got the first of the under 48 kilo category contests coming up next. Anne Suzuki of the United States of America faces Marine Lonry of France. It's Suzuki in the white judogi, Lonry in blue.
Well, again, dominating sleeve grip, and now we want to see the dominant attacks from there. Henri France needs to be positive with that. Sodisura Komigoshi on the opposite side, so now we know what she's looking for.
I can't remember having met a more pleasant fighter than Anne Suzuki. She really is. She's an absolutely lovely young woman. I remember meeting her as a cadet. Can't remember how many years ago it was that. She picked up that score.
Very respectful, very polite. Yes.
Marine Lonry of France leads by Wazzeri. And she's got really nice judo. I know it may sound like a disparaging thing to say about her, but she lacks physical presence. You know, she's just one of those fighters that you come across from time to time who's just too nice. You know, she's just
probably
too
just
nice.
Needs a little bit more power initiated, and like you say, nice judo. Always looking for the nice judo. She's got to get on the pace here, that's for sure, because Henri is definitely just beating her to the punch, and I mean that metaphorically, of course.
That noise in the background, we apologise for. They're putting up a table next to our colleague who's on that top dais there, Gibran Khan, and a few chairs, but he's still sitting up there on his own. He just wants to feel as though there are going to be people around him, and he's asked for another table.
He's a man outstanding in his stadium.
Single Wazzeri, the lead for Marine Lonry. Chance for the Sangaku here, but it's not the best position for Suzuki to be in.
Well, it never is, isn't it? Hands and knees, not a place to defend, and she's going to have to get out of there. Just better just stay and wait for the mate.
Well, she's managed to avoid getting turned, and the referee has said, okay, if you can't turn her, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to call mate. He stands them up with a little over a minute and 40 odd seconds left to go. Still that Wazzeri the lead for Lonry of France over Anne Suzuki of the United States of America. Johnny Prado is in the chair for Suzuki. I'm sure that he's barking out a few instructions whilst munching away on some chewing gum there. Maybe a late breakfast that he's finishing off.
It could be. Well, Henri just doing everything, just beating it to the attack every time here. Stronger with the grip and using the sleeve grip to good effect for the Sodi on the opposite side. Left-handed fighter.
We may be able to get Suzuki up here later on today. Well, we'll have to see what happens in this contest, but we might just ask her what it was like to be out there and how she felt against Laurie and that kind of thing. Here she goes over again.
Second was Ari there, and the French just being just that little bit more dominant with the Kumakata and the grip, and the sleeve grip absolutely dominating this.
Yeah, trapped completely there, wasn't she? Couldn't get off that. Eventually got rolled as well. 2 scores on the board for Marine Laurie.
What's your opinion, Sheldon, with the Wazaris? Do you think we should have any amount of Wazaris, or maybe finished after 3 Wazaris?
I'm okay with the number of Wazaris. I think I've seen 4 or 5 on the board. It keeps, that there are fighters who keep going. I don't think I've seen anybody who's looked at the board and says, I've got 2, I'm going to stop. It's actually, I feel it's almost the other way around. I've got 3, I'll keep going. I'll see if I can finish this off. I don't think I've seen anybody come back from 3 Wazaris down and throw for Ippon.
And what about, there's a second question, what about the quality of the Wazari?
Yeah, I'm going to stick my neck out here, and I hope the Chief's not listening, but and say that there needs to be clarification about that landing. And I think you and I have spoken about this before. Landing and then onto your back, score. Landing and then onto the side, no score. Go down and land. This is the completion of the technique, and then you come up with your Wazari. But to land and then come off it, I don't think that warrants a score for me. It's a failed technique.
Fully agree, 100%, but I'm sure we'll go into more detail.
We haven't rehearsed that. Neil and I haven't rehearsed that. No. That was a genuine question about what I think. But given the amount of judo that we watch, it's not unusual for us to come up with the same opinion. Ilya Ciganovic of Serbia faces Manuel Scheibel of Germany. It's Ciganovic in the white judogi, Scheibel in blue. It's the under 66 kilo category, first round.
Well, again, the Germans putting out their youngsters, and there has to be good reason as well that they're putting them out there, they're testing them, trying to pick up world qualification points.
Yeah, I didn't mean to have a dig up Maximilian Hayder a couple of contests ago. Quite clearly, Richard Troutman has seen something at training camps, and even in those 3 contests that he lost, he may have lost on, the smallest of margins. We don't know, and he there's no way that Troutman is going to send someone here who isn't up for it, and he wasn't, that. Badly bounced around at all, was he? Maximilian Hayder.
It's for a reason, and it's looking at the big picture, and obviously Richard Troutman knows what the big picture is.
Yes, we shall bow to his superior knowledge of German judo and give him not even the benefit of the doubt, but absolutely side with him in saying, they're your boys, you can choose who you want, mate.
Exactly. Well, Gaganovic just gets a Shido there, and it's Scheibel just ahead. He's the one that's pushing forwards. Left-handed fighter, Scheibel. Well, what we haven't seen so far is a big Ippon score, and that's what we want to see.
I think the first couple of contests, because they went into golden score, they may have given the feeling that it was a bit cagey and that sort of thing. You get that from time to time. But recently, competitions, 60, 66, 48, 52, 57, that first day competition, I've been pleasantly surprised about the attacking nature of the judo. It could be that because we've got fighters of a very similar level here, that they're just negating each other. We haven't come up against any of the big guns. Yeah, and when we did see Kitadai, it was easy, to be honest. You know, with all due respect to his opponent, he just managed that, moved on. And I think when we come into the later rounds, we're going to see some big throws.
I think you're right. I think they're kind of, like you say, negating and just cancelling each other out. A little bit of nerves as well, I think. But I think a lot of these fighters out this event try it for the first time as well. We haven't, some of the more experienced ones, like you say, going through quite comfortably.
Shall we have a look for Miss Suzuki? Wander down there and see if we can pick her up. Here's Neil.
So Sheldon will just go and search out Miss Suzuki to come and do a little bit of an interview. So we'll leave that up to Sheldon. So we're on to this particular match here, which is the under 66 kilograms round one. Gaganovic now being attacked by Scheibel. Scheibel trying for the turnover. Going to call it the German turnover, but it's very much the wrap up the arm, somersault into it. Got to get the legs out there to get the Osai Komi. Gaganovic will have to be careful here. That leg just might come out. Interesting that the referee, of course, has got to let it develop. There's the Yushiro Kesugatami, and nice turn. It was well rehearsed. And good to see the referees letting it develop there. He's tapped out Scheibel of Germany through to the next round of the under 66 kilos category. Well, I don't know if we're going to get another chance to have a look at that particular turnover. It's a well-rehearsed turnover. A lot of the Germans are doing it at the moment. Wraps up the arm and somersault any direction, doesn't matter which, as long as you've got the arm under control, and then it's get the leg out. Doesn't look as if we're going to have another look at it. Well, this is going to be an interesting one here. Draskovic of Croatia and Ryan Vargas. And Vargas has got a BJJ background, and his transition, 3 contests in the World Championships. I saw some brilliant transition into Newaza. Watch this, because this is going to be interesting. Draskovic straight into the attack there with that Yoko Satemi. Particularly interested in the absolute transitional skills of Ryan Vargas at the World Championships. Just needs to adapt, I think, to the judo rules, but watch him, because as soon as he gets an opportunity to go onto the back of Draskovic, he'll be there. So Draskovic obviously done his little bit of homework there. Vargas wants the Newaza. Of course, the difference between the judo and the BJJ, the jiu-jitsu, is that it's got to be equally, from standing down to ground, it's got to be equally for the tachiwaza as well as the newaza. It's not just about the newaza. So I think once he gets the balance there, I think Vargas will start having success. Cianagi from Draskovic. Well, he's got to get on the pace, and this is exactly what I'm talking about here, because he has to get on the pace. He might possibly get a Shido here, and he does, because he's not attacking when he should be attacking there. Ryan Vargas just behind with the Tachiwaza. Good transition, always has the good transition. Now, Sorisura Komigoshi, good technique. Brilliantly taken there by Vargas. Right the way underneath there, and now straight onto the attack. Going on for the Juji. Watch this now, that arm's coming out, and he gets the submission. Good transition there from Vargas, and it was a really nice Sorisura Komigoshi that took Draskovic over, and then, of course, directly into the Newaza. That's what he's used to. So Ryan Vargas goes through to the next round for the USA, where he will be fighting Hashiguchi of Japan. Next matchup, Bohita of Marish against Venez of France in this under 66 kilograms round one match. Boshita, a Morocco in white, trying for the Tomonagi directly onto the arm there. Almost had the arm out. Venez just managing to pull the arm in. 4-minute contest, of course. French have a lot of their fighters out. Sometimes they're doubling up. They've got two fighters here. Mariac as well of France in the under 66 kilograms. So it's quite apparent that the French are experimenting with a lot of their youngsters as well. A lot of their national squad out. And of course, as Sheldon pointed out earlier, the great man Teddy Riner, a 9-time world champion, is going to be out on day 3 in this tournament, opting to stay busy. So dominating the grip here, Boshita. But goes down for a score there. Wazari scored. Venez drops Cianagi. I'm hoping that we just get a second look at some of these throws so that we can see the slow motion as well. Well, he almost got through there. Boshita coming in for the drop Cianagi. But you've got to go side on. It's got to be side to get any score to warrant the Wazari. Now, good change of direction and good score there from Vernez. Reverse Cianagi, taking him off the other shoulder this time. 2 scores up there, 2 Wazari scores. Well, I'll be very interested to hear, as Sheldon would now, what your thoughts are on the multi-Wazari situation. Whether you think that it should be 2, 3, 4 Wazaris to finish the match, or whether you like it as it is at the moment. Just be interested. So the sleeves being pinned there, you're not allowed to pin the sleeves without being positive from it. All the referees, of course, have been told that it's got to be positive and progressive in nature. If it is, oh, that's going to be a penalty there, surely. Bashita there just drops on his hands and knees. Well, Bashita just literally dropped on his hands and knees there. Now can he take the knee out? I think that leg's going to come out here, and it's going to be the Osai Komi. So Vernez into the Yushiro Kesugatami. So just 20 seconds and it's all over. Vernez of France goes through. This young French team doing well. 2 Wazaris on the board there before the Osai Komi. So he goes through to the next round. And of course his opponent there will be Ardenov of Russia. We haven't seen the Russians out yet. The Russians have 2 in this under 66 kilos category, Shamilov and Ardenov. Next up here, Cristotomo of Portugal against Alexanian of Belgium. Alexanian in blue, Cristotomo is in white. Right against left. A lot of Yoko Satemi in the under 60 and 66 kilos category. Of course, the stance a lot lower to the ground. Nice Ashiwaza, and Alexanian of Belgium now looking for the transition into Newaza. So right against left at the moment, saying that, and Cristotomo pinning the sleeve. Be interesting to see what the referee interprets this as. Well, Alexanian, he wanted to give a Shido, but he gives the score instead. So 1 score goes up there to the Belgian. Well, just one score in this match. Cristostomo of Portugal, Alexanian of Belgium. Belgium just getting a score. And certainly he's the one that's just dominated the grips so far.
Just going to jump in quickly to say that if you've got some noise in the background, it's because we've got some technical work being done next to us, so apologise about that. Neil is going to be joined shortly by Anne Suzuki, who competed in the under 48 kilo category, and it's timely because in a couple of contests term you've got the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category, Angelica Delgado. That's Anne's teammate. She's coming up in the under 52 kilo category if we don't move mats, and even if we did, you're bound to get Amelia Fulgentes of the United States of America or Maria Dami of the USA. So whatever happens, Anne's going to be sitting in when one of her teammates is going to be on the mat. She'll have the pleasure and the privilege of joining Neil Adams in a minute.
No pressure. No pressure at all.
And he's going to take a seat next to the big guy. And that one's done and dusted then.
Well, all over. Cristostomo actually was the one then that pulled it back. Big score there. And so we were waiting for the big one. Want the Ippons to start here, that's for sure. But the Ippons will start to develop, I'm sure. Certainly, we were talking about it earlier. And just needs for the whole thing to start. And we're going to see some big throws later on for sure.
Coming up next in round 1 in the under 57 kilo category, Vesna Zukic of Slovenia faces Loredana Ohai of Romania. It's Zukic in the white judogi, Ohai in blue, and we're going to follow that with round 1 of the under 52 kilo category. It'll be Angelica Delgado of the United States of America, and as I said, Anne Suzuki is going to sit in with Neil Adams, and she'll be able to tell us all about that one and to get her used to the commentary position. She's going to join Neil now.
She looks kind of nervous, but she's going to be fine. Absolutely. So straight away, a penalty there to Zukic from Slovenia. So it's up to her now to start the attack. So left against right again, and Zukic of Slovenia got to be careful down here because Ohai straight onto the arm, it's all over. Ohai, I was going to say, good transition into the Newaza and just proved it there. Good Jujigatami, and Zukic just left the arm out just for that little bit too long. So just want to say hello then to Anne.
Hello.
Hello. And don't look so nervous because we're going to be fine. We're going to do great here. Absolutely amazing. Obviously a little bit disappointed.
Yes.
Just a little bit. I think that what Sheldon wanted, he wanted you to just have a chance just to talk about it and about, you know, obviously not only being here, but what it means to you to be here. Just give us an idea.
Right. Well, it's like coming into it, it was definitely better than the first Grand Prix when I first met Sheldon. That was in Miami, and that was like my first international tournament. So I've been to a couple Continental Opens since then. So this seemed like kind of a natural step up. I lasted a little bit longer than the last Grand Prix, so that's something, but I definitely have stuff to work on.
And now going forward? Next tournament? Next one after this?
Next one, I haven't really decided. There's a couple maybe maybe the next Grand Prix or the Continental Open, whichever is kind of suits my schedule.
Fantastic. And as far as the training is concerned, how is the training going for you, and the progression? I mean, because it's all about progression, isn't it? You know, the thing is about our sport is that we're in here for experience. It can be a good experience or a bad experience. Good experience for you here?
Yes, definitely. I was really lucky to kind of hit a lefty. I don't really fight against a lot of lefties, so that experience is going to be really helpful for me. Really opened my eyes to.
If it's any consolation, I used to hate fighting lefties too.
Really?
Right? Yeah. The two major tournaments that I lost, which at Olympics and stuff like that, it was against lefties. So I do know how you feel. So back to this round one match here in the under 52 kilograms, right? So what we're going to do, I'm going to let you help me to. This is your teammate up here, of course, Angelica Delgado of the USA. In this under 52 kilogram match, and she's a Wazari up already. So tell me a little bit about Angelica.
Well, it's kind of interesting. As a USA team, you would think that we practice often, especially being the pretty affluent nation that we are. But no, unfortunately, we don't practice that often with each other. She's actually on the other side of the country from me, so she, I think, primarily practices in Florida with Johnny Prado's Kitusai.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like you say, everybody thinks that you're just, everybody training together, and it's kind of completely the opposite, isn't it, in the USA? Because obviously I have a lot to do with a lot of the American fighters throughout the years, and often it's the first time they've actually met each other when they're out on international trips. So interesting. Delgado just ahead here in this match, this round one match, the under 52 kilos category. I'm going to ask you something now. What about the existing rules as they are? You like the Wazaris as they are?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a major change, at least for me personally. Zari or Yuko, there's not much of a difference. The one thing that I think, the major thing about that change though was if you are strong in Newaza, then it's just a way better set of rules for you, because you can continue and then hold for an ippon, whereas if you are not as good as a player at Newaza, then you kind of have to keep on earning Wazaris until you finally get to an ippon. It can be really tiring.
So it promotes practice of Newaza as well, which is a good thing. I think so.
Yeah, I think it makes players, it forces players to be more well-rounded, so you can vary up your game. I think it's a good set of rules.
What about you in practice? You practice more Newaza or more Tachiwaza, or does that depend on the practice or the actual event, the actual training that you're at?
Probably half and half now, which is nice. It used to be a lot more Tachiwaza, but I'm really glad that they put in more Newaza. So.
Me too. Me too, because I'm a Newaza person as well, and tried to get the balance right. Certainly at one stage in my career, it was more 70% Tachiwaza and 30% Newaza, but then I tried to balance it up. So I do think that's a good thing. If you were going to change anything, what would you change? There's a loaded question. All right, it is a loaded question, and I'm asking you. Because obviously, I'm there, representing fighters as well as the coaches, and also from a referee's point of view. But from a fighter's point of view, just to break there, just a win there for Delgado. Delgado will go through to the second round of the under 52 kilograms there, and I'm going to ask questions to Anne in a minute, just while I write this down. I have to write things down because I forget things. Delgado through. So my loaded question to you then. So what would you do if you were going to change something for the better? What about the World Championships? Let's go on to the World Championships. Good event for you. Did you watch it?
I watched parts of it. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to broadcast in the U.S.
No, we
so
heard that.
I was scrabbling for.
There was one
anything.
particular company, wasn't it, that had the official rights for it? Is that right? Is that correct?
That sounds about right. I didn't look closely into it.
All right,
I just,
okay.
yeah.
So next matchup here, Valentem of Brazil here against Esteves of Portugal, and Esteves in blue, Valentem of Brazil is in white. Well, I'm really glad that I have Anne Suzuki of the USA joined me in the commentary position here, and I'm putting her on the spot actually with some thoughts on the existing rules and how she would change it or just tweak it. Let's say tweak it, because tweak it's better, isn't it?
Well, I guess I wouldn't mind having the hands below the belt okayed again, but just conditionally that you have to attack first, and then if you wanted to continue, let's say you had a kochigari and you wanted to grab a leg, then I would be fine with that. That seems perfectly okay.
Golden score? What about golden score?
Golden score, I wouldn't touch golden score. I think it's kind of fine the way it is.
You like it?
As a player, I have to say it's really it can get really nasty, but at the same time, most golden scores I don't think go that long enough to change it.
What do you mean by nasty? I love that.
I've seen or at least at local tournaments in the United States, I have seen 15-minute crazy golden scores where at that point it's like no one's getting a score.
How would you change that? How can you change a 15? Why has it gone 15 minutes or why has it gone 11 minutes? Like in the World Championships, for example, we had that great under 57 kilos final, and of course it went 11 and a half minutes or 12 minutes. But how would you change that? Difficult one, isn't it?
It is, because I don't really like the judging system, like the 3 flags. I'm not a big fan of that one. I really would rather have a score decide.
Because it's subjective, that's why, isn't it? Yeah. So just back to the fight, Valentem here onto the sleeves and looking for the Sodi, but no real full rotation there on the Sodi. Got to go quickly off the sleeves if you're attacking. It's got to be dominate the sleeves and attack straight away. Any kind of grip that's crossed will be penalized if it's not an immediate attack. Well, we're looking for Ippons to begin with. We've only seen one clear Ippon today. Give me a reason for that. It's funny, isn't it? You know, some events we see a lot of Ippons and it starts very, very quickly. I think we're just in after the World Championships, and straight after the World Championships, quite often it gets, I think people find it difficult just to get things going again.
I think there are a lot of big names also kind of resting after the World Championship, so I feel like it's a lot more level at this Grand Prix than maybe usually, so you're not getting like a clear.
I think you're right. I think the levels are there. We were saying it earlier, Sheldon and I, that the level of the fight is very much the same and quite even, which makes it difficult. Looking for the arm lock there, Esteves, Portugal. Still just one Shido on the board. 1 minute 13 still to go. So are you going directly back to the USA after this, or are you staying out here for training?
I am going back to the US. I'm actually taking some college classes, so I have to attend that.
Yeah, back to school.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm going to keep you on just for a bit. I'll reprieve you in a minute. All right, but I'm going to keep you on just for a little bit, and just to commentate, we've got round 1 of the under 52 kilos category here. Remember, we've got 5 weight categories being contested on this first day of competition here in Zagreb. First tournament after the World Championships on this World Tour, this Judo World Tour. Valentem of Brazil just behind here on that penalty. Can't afford another penalty. Tell me what goes through your mind when there are 2 penalties against you. Does it rev you up? Does it get you thinking that I've got to attack?
Definitely. There's 3 Shidos until you're out now. The first Shido is automatically just, oh, I have to go now. Just because you can't afford to wait. The difference between 4 Shidos and then you're out and 3 Shidos and you're out is huge.
Massive.
I think, yeah.
How does it change the balance?
It's just whoever gets the first Shido, you think, okay, they're really attacking and I could actually lose by Shido. So I think it really incentivizes players to be more aggressive.
How important do you think that is to have that as part of the randori process? Imperative. What I mean is that at home, I mean, quite often what we have randoris and we do 4-minute randoris, and I think that a lot of the time it's not, we don't initiate the fact that we might be a penalty behind or we might have to bring that Shido up. We have seen it, of course, that Shidos, 2 Shidos even carried through into golden score and they pull it back, so of course it's situations I think that we sometimes have to train, and it's something we have to carry into randori situations. Your randoris at home, are they situations that are controlled, or is it just a straight 4-minute randori when you go into randori practice?
I've been very fortunate. The coach kind of varies things.
Does he?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good stuff. Well, we're into golden score. Valentem 1 Shido up. Esteves 1 Shido there. 1 Shido different now will either way make the other person the winner, but saying that, we don't want to see just the Shido deciding the match. So my last question to you is, what we're trying to avoid is people playing for Shidos, referees determining matches with Shidos. What would you do to prevent that? How do we get people to decide that they're going to go for a score rather than a Shido or rather than a penalty?
I think the current way they've kind of decided, kind of anonymously, is if it's golden score and it's on the borderline of a Shido, but it looks like someone's tired and they might fall, they'll kind of let the Shido slide and then kind of let time continue.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I think so. It definitely makes for a more interesting viewing, and as a player, if you can kind of try to get the score, that's always a chance for you. So I personally don't mind them letting kind of that slide.
Well, I think it's one of the biggest problems that at the moment is that we're trying to initiate scores. We want people to go for scores. Of course, it doesn't always happen that way, but that is the main aim. And I'd just like to say a very special thanks to Anne Suzuki, who's just joined me in the commentary position. I put her on the spot a little bit. I didn't mean to put her on the spot, but it's been a pleasure to speak to you. And just before we go, just tell us the plans for the next month, school, and then next event, of course.
Yes, next tournament. USA Judo hasn't gotten back to me about which ones I can go to yet, which is why
US Judo, you gotta let her know.
Which is why I can't answer that for sure.
Wonderful. Okay, well, very best of luck, and for the next events, and of course with his schoolwork as well, which is just as important. We know that.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. Wow, that was lovely to have Anne Suzuki just joining me in the commentary position there, and just some candid views and some honest assessment of her feelings towards some of the existing rules and how they're working from a player's perspective. or from a fighter's perspective, depending on which way you want to look at it. This matchup now, Astrid Neto of France here against Parucci of Italy. Of course, the sister Astrid of the great Neto. Young French team out here for experience and to get and gather very valuable world ranking points, and of course to gather experience, to gain experience. Two Shidos already up there to Parucci, so Parucci has to come forwards, so she has to be busy here, because if she's not, she'll lose this just on pace. Quite a few of the fighters just off the pace. Left-handed Parucci against the right-handed Neto. Well, that's what we don't want to hear, isn't it? People shouting for the Shidos, because we want people to be looking for the positive scores and the positive attacks. Looking for the throws or the transition into Newaza. That's as opposed to the negative penalties. And that goes for the referees and for the fighters and for the coaches. Big right arm over there from Neto. Dominating grips, but certainly Parucci has upped the pace of this match. Looking for the shimiwaza here, Neto. Got to go underneath the neck, of course. Referee needs to determine whether it's across the face and need to do that as quickly as possible. There's the right arm over again, and Parucci in danger here. Trying to attack out of danger. Now, good attack from Parucci. One up to Neto. Neto gets a Shido. So good pace now. That was a good attack from Parucci. Has to get the full rotation. Well, I think she just about saved herself there, Parucci. So now it's Neto has to be a little bit careful, because she's starting to fall off the pace. Well, normally, if the referee is asking them to readjust the dress, could mean that he's thinking of giving another penalty here, but I don't see Parucci getting it. I really don't. And she doesn't. She just goes forward immediately. She was straight into the attack there. I couldn't see it being her. So now into golden score. Didn't hear the bell. Neto in danger getting the second Shido on the board. Well, as Sheldon said a little bit earlier, we're concentrating on mat 1 at the moment. If I feel the need to drift over to mat 2, I will do. At the moment, though, it all seems to be happening here. 2 matches time. We've got Papinashvili against Aoki of Japan. Aoki, well, we put down as an outsider, but a little bit injured, and so he'll be carrying this injury in against Papinashvili, and I don't think that's going to be a good thing. Well, that was Mate called there. Neto going over. Parucci is the one that's really pulled up the work rate. Takes Neto over, but Mate was called. This is golden score, so any score now will win the match. Oh, now then, complete overthrow. I didn't think that was a score. She gets the Wazari there, and I didn't think it was, I thought it was an overthrow, but we'll have a little look. Are we going to have a look at that again? Or is he going to scrub that off? No, he's not. He's given the score. Neto gets it. So Neto is the one going to go through to the next round. Sikic of Croatia here against Nareks of Slovenia. So the last match in the first round of the under 52 kilograms on this mat 1, that is. Very right-handed fighter, Sinkic. So Croatia against Slovenia. Very dominant grip there from Sikic. Narek's really having a problem coping with this. Well, now Nareks has to get on the pace because he's just a little bit behind here. Certainly Sikic is the one that's initiating the major Kumakata. Where you can see the absolute left against right here. Sikic right-handed, Nareks of Slovenia extreme left. Sometimes very difficult to catch the sleeve from that shape. Almost a W effect with the legs. So almost halfway through this contest. Wazari scored from Nalex. Now can she get the leg out? Needs to get the knee out. And Sikic comes back up on top. Plenty of time to develop techniques in Newaza. And each one of the referees knows that they have to give it more time to develop. It's all about progression. If it's progressive in nature, they'll let it carry on. They're both looking for the same techniques, these two. Sumigaeshi again gets another Wazari there, and Nalex, good change of direction over to the other flank. Well, quite often we talk about throwing over to the other flank. It doesn't always mean that it's to the other side. We can go left and right, of course, but then we can still do right-handed techniques to both flanks. Good Newaza there from Nalex. And finishes that off with a nicely executed shimiwaza. Good transition, good change of direction. She was two Wazaris up there, and it took her a little while to settle in there, didn't it, Petra Nalex?
Match number two, first round in category up to 52 kilograms. In judogi representing Morocco, Ikram Sokate. In white judogi representing Slovenia.
So Petra Nalex of Slovenia goes through, and she'll fight Astrid Neto of France in the next round.
Second round for men under 60 kilo. For Japan, Aoki Dai.
Next match on mat 1 is going to be in the under 60 kilograms category. First time we've seen Amarin Papinashvili of Georgia, and he's up against Aoki Dai of Japan. Aoki Dai looked a little bit injured in his first round match. Couldn't attack with any big guns whatsoever, and I think it's going to cost him dearly in this match here. So we'll see.
We are kindly asked coach or team leader of Moldova.
60 kilograms, sorry, a favourite, of course, and number 1 seed, Amaran Papinashvili of Georgia. World number 3, 5th place in the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. 2 Russians, of course, Mishvedabadze and Ogazov. All of them, well, they're all top ranked in this under 60 kilograms category. But I put Aoki down as an outsider with Philip Kitadai. But Aoki, like I said, looks a little bit injured. But the Japanese are still letting him out there. So we'll see how he goes here, because I think he's going to really have a problem here with the extreme style of Papinashvili of Georgia. Papinashvili, big arm over the back there, makes Aoki drop, gets a Shido for it. Talk about opposing styles here, real opposing styles. Very upright style of the Japanese. Papinashvili there, just trying to get the arm over the back. And his job will be to spoil. Big arm over the back, though. Oh, my goodness. Went for it there, didn't he? Aoki there decides that he's going to fight Papinashvili with the same kind of judo. Big arm over the back and tries the big sumigaeshi. Well, Wazari scored there, and it's Papinashvili that gets the score. Must have missed something there. I didn't see that. Obvious counter from Papinashvili. There's the... Oh, look at that. That's going to be all over. Ippon scored there. Papinashvili there absolutely buries him. Aoki there, arm over the back. Once too often there. Huge pickup there from Papinashvili. Well, that's definitely the technique of the day so far. There it is again. Arm over the back there, and look at that technique. Massive uranagi. It's the Harborelli, isn't it? It's the Harborelli technique there. And when we break it down, it's uranagi from the front. That's exactly what it is. We were trying to break techniques down, give them names, and of course, it is uranagi, but it's uranagi from the front. Brilliant stuff. What a technique there from Papinashvili. Bakidze of France here against Serigov of Azerbaijan. And this is the second round match in the under 60 kilograms category. Bakidze is in white. Well, that Papinashvili technique there against Japanese, definitely the throw of the tournament so far. We're still in the early stages, of course. Bakidze trying for the hips across there. Serigov of Azerbaijan. Well, I'm going to say a very special hello to the great Ilias Iliadis here, who's joining me in the commentary position. Ilias, very big welcome to the commentary position. I'm going to put you really on the spot.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
My new training partner as well.
It's my pleasure. I'm training with you. With legend.
Hey, it's mine too, believe me. And what a great, not only a great champion, but a great person as well. Ilias, you're here now watching, and I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions and about the rules and your thoughts on the Shidos and in fact, first of all, on the last World Championships and your thoughts on the World Championships.
I want to say hello everyone who watching this great Grand Prix in Zagreb. So, I seen World Championships was these new rules, and we speaking about for new rules.
Yeah.
Well, I say it is not about us, about new generation. It's important for new generation. And I want to say, this World Championships was new rules, new people.
And how would you, if for example, we want everybody to go for Ippon. We were talking about that, weren't we? We were talking about the importance that people go for the Ippon, not for the penalties. Do you think that happened at the World Championships, or is there something that we can do to change that?
I think it's people want to win. Important. It's not throw it to ippon. It is not important you throw ippon. How you win. Important you win.
Sure.
And for people, it's like this world champion was like 4 minutes, new rules, like everything was in news, and was little bit I think was. Strange for people understand, but I think it's coming better and better. We will see. We will hope.
I think you're right. I always use you as an example of somebody that always used to grip, and from your positive gripping, and we talked about how important the gripping is, from the positive grips to the going for ippon, which is, of course, you always went for ippon.
Yes, but before was in different rules. I mean, now it's before was fight with two hands to cut in your grip with two hands. Now it's like new rules, 4 minutes. Also, it's.
You think 4 minutes is a good thing?
Yeah.
Would it be good for you?
He was good for me.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Yes, but 4 minutes it's but his problem is like Shido. For me, this is my thing. So for me, it's like Shido, a lot of penalty.
So tell me what you would do to change that. If you were going to change anything, Shido is the problem. How are you going to change the Shido? What would you do?
I think if I change in Shido doesn't go in goal score.
Okay.
If you have penalty, you win. This is my things.
Okay.
I don't know.
No,
I think just one way. It's like this. When you have two Shido and after you go in goal score, it's like 4 minutes.
So not to go into golden score with the Shido.
Yeah, this is my thing.
Okay, so and for all referees, everybody out there, that we have to listen to the fighters, and that's why I ask you.
I ask. Now I have good friends or fighters and athletes, and I speak. I have speaking. What is problem after World Championships, and I think 80% everyone say Shido. This is one way who have problem.
Well, I agree. And also golden score, you think it should be open golden score or a restricted time?
If it's with time, and after what? If it's finished this time, it's like again with flag, or we go in old rules?
Yeah, maybe. It depends on the match, I think, very much. I think for me, it's positive. Everything has to be positive and progressive. If people are being positive with it, and it has then it shouldn't be penalised. They should let it fight. We need people to fight.
Yeah, of course. But why? I don't know. Maybe this is news. That's why people, maybe athletes, maybe need sometimes. We can't say.
We need more time.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't have time. We have Olympic Games now.
Well, it's certainly going to be part of the discussion. The next month there's a discussion, and that's going to be big on, to let the fighters fight. So it's good, and we're asking the people that really matter, and you're the ones, you're the fighters. We're all fighters, right? So we've been out there at different times competing, but it's very important that we're able to fight, and I agree with you. We're just going to come back. Just quickly, let's just introduce this fight here. We've got Oslu of Turkey here against Kitalay of Brazil. Oslu of Turkey in white here, and 60 kilograms. This is round 2, and again we're looking for the ippon here.
Kitada, we know it's Olympic bronze medal. It's really, but he was injured. I think I see he wasn't injured. He's come back now after an injury.
Yeah, I think we see that quite a lot, don't we? People that have had an injury or come back, and a little bit the timing is just a little bit off. And for you, I'm going to ask you a question now. Towards the end of your competition, when you was it more difficult for you towards the end to motivate? Was it difficult for you to motivate yourself?
Motivation was, it's important, is motivation, when you fight before competition. Always my problem was, motivation, because I was 16 years to fight, and
At the very top. It's not just 16 years doing judo, but it was certainly, like for you, top of the world for 12 years, 12 of those
Exactly.
years. It's an incredible amount of time.
that's why, I was, judo, it's not just my sport. Judo is my life. Always I see, I'm proud.
Yes.
I go outside and I say, judo is not like, I must do training and finish. No, judo was always with me. When I was in bed, when I wasn't outside, when I was always judo was with me. This is 12 or...
And it still is.
Yeah,
It's
of
not
course,
changed.
Of
It's
course.
not changed.
No. But it's still yes, but it's something new. You understand?
So where now? The direction. What now for you? Now that you've finished competition,
Yes.
now what?
But we don't know yet. At this time, yes, but we don't know yet. But now I want to share my opinion for young athletes, for young generation. I want to stay in judo family, and I like this.
Yeah. You like the commentary as well?
A little new. Maybe we try.
Yeah, but for me it was all by accident. With the
I want to say,
commentary. Yes.
when I was young and kids, and when I remember 96 in Atlanta Olympic Games, Sydney Olympic Games, and when I hear something voice, this voice was like so beautiful, and so I also I want to hear this voice, Nelly Adams' voice. Really appreciate Nelly. You are not just great people. You are not just you are really important person in our generation. Really.
I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Elias, thank you. Because I feel the same way about you. Believe me. One of the most important things is not just being a great champion and winning big tournaments, but also being a great champion outside of judo as well, and outside to the public. Like you said, you want to pass back to the youngsters, and you do that all the time. And so this really is. Appreciation between the two of us, because you are a great champion, great friend. Oslo just there with the winner in this last match here. Massive ippon by Oslo from Turkey. The next one up, Mackenzie of Great Britain here against Mancino of Portugal. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put you on the spot now. So we are now, so we're commentating Mackenzie in white, and Mancino in Portugal. Over to Elias.
Mackenzie, Mackenzie, it's really a good fighter, how many years he's fight, we was together fighter, he's also a good person, and always I wait something good result from Mackenzie.
I'm the same, and I think he hasn't fulfilled full potential. I think sometimes, beautiful technique there. Ippon for you, or Wazari? Now this is another question.
Yeah, this is other question, for me it's Wazari though. Wazari is for me.
What determines Ippon for you?
Because it don't touch in both shoulders.
Both shoulders touch the ground, but in future, if both shoulders have to touch the ground immediately, or if they roll and both shoulders touch the ground?
No, I mean he doesn't touch both.
No.
He was like around. Look. He was like bum and around.
Yes.
Okay, he wasn't don't touch and.
So what about if he lands and then both shoulders touch the ground? Is that an ippon for you?
Depends technique.
It depends on the technique. It does. Okay, so if it's a good technique and it's well controlled, because this is one of the arguments.
Always in the interesting when you do uchimata.
Yes.
Okay, and he throw around.
Yes.
This is, I don't know.
Well, but this is the argument, and this is what we're big discussions at the moment. The Japanese want that if it's controlled with the hands, if it's an overthrow, but both shoulders hit and then roll, or if it rolls and both shoulders hit, then they say should be ippon. So it's and it's interesting because it's. I think that for me, personally, if it's both controlled with the hands, then maybe should be ippon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, when you do nogoshi, like nogoshi, and he thrown.
Yeah. A little bit too much.
Yeah.
Especially your kind of ogoshi as well.
A lot of time was like, I throw ogoshi and he threw out.
I know. I commentated most of it. So Mackenzie just ahead here and dominating this match. Beautiful Seoinage. Didn't quite have the control with the hands, so didn't get the ippon. Top fighter for you at the moment in world judo? Other than Teddy.
I know. I tell you, okay. Always you ask me, people ask me who was your favorite judoka when you was young. Not just one.
No. But that's why I'm saying now. At the moment, world championships.
In world championships, who was my favorite judoka? It's 90 kilo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For me was surprise.
Big surprise.
Big surprise.
Yeah.
Because everyone know 90 kilo was always or Japan or Georgian or Greek.
Or you.
But it was always difficult category.
Yeah.
We wait always who win, Japanese or Georgian. Favorite was in Beckham when Yashvili and also in Japanese Baker was Olympic champion. He does a fight. So and coming new young athlete,
fantastic
junior, and he killed everyone. He was like, oh my God, really was. Really appreciate this guy. It's really young guy. He have future.
Did you tell him?
I don't tell him. I want to tell him when I see him. I know this guy. It's really brilliant guy. He's good guy. And also 81 kilo in Germany.
Young one again. Yeah. Again a surprise.
That's why new generation coming.
Yeah. And Abby?
Abby don't was surprise for me.
No, but a brilliant judo. Amazing judo.
Yeah. Abel is, but you remember we speak about, remember when we was in a gym, we training and what you think? We will see.
Yeah.
We will see.
It's difference between being champion one time.
Yes.
And doing it again. Yeah.
We will see.
Absolutely.
Because we have 2 years more in Olympic Games.
Yes.
We will see. Maybe everything. This is judo. This is judo.
Maybe everything changes.
Everything is possible. Yeah. Also, Abe is beautiful judo.
Beautiful judo. Absolutely amazing. And he did it against class people. And I'm going to ask you now, Teddy Riner. I mean, I know he's a friend of yours, but he proved again. Even under pressure, he did it again.
And listen, okay, when we speak about Teddy, okay, we can speak like. Teddy, Teddy. Okay, he broke every record in world. Okay, 9 times world champion. Yeah. 2 times Olympic champion, and he is 7 years he doesn't have lose. Okay, Teddy for me it's really we must be proud, and we must be our pleasure to Teddy judoka, because Teddy helped us.
Helps judo.
Yeah, of course.
But it's about promoting judo in the correct manner, which is why you are a great ambassador, why Teddy Riner is a great ambassador. Because and it's what I always try to do with it, to promote judo in the correct way.
Of course.
Which is important.
Yeah. And this world champion, we speak after world champion, speak me and Teddy, I say, Teddy, great job, I appreciate. But people say, Teddy, it's like, we Nippon. He was like, Teddy I doesn't care how I win.
No.
Important I win.
Yes.
That's why he's steady.
And he's fighting here. Why do you think? Why is he fighting here?
He's fighting here?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, cool, cool.
So, interesting.
Interesting. I don't have answer why he's fight, because he want to fight.
I think maybe
Because he wasn't injured before World Championships. He want to fight competition.
And I think he wants to do the World Open. I think.
Yeah.
So 10 world titles. I think so.
Yeah. We wait. We wait always from Teddy.
Yeah.
Best results.
I think for me, like you say, people say, "Oh well, he didn't win spectacular," and he did, but he is a great champion. And like we said before, he did it time and time again, all the time, all the time. So round 2 here, under 48 kilograms, Nikolic of Serbia here against Lehenry of France. Second round match, 48 kilograms. Well, still in the under 48 kilograms, we have to see Pareto of course, the Olympic champion. And she's still to come out, but we'll see her in a couple of fights' time. Yep. Just a quick look at the draw, and just to see where Pareto on the bottom half. As soon as Pareto comes up, we'll change to mat 2. Osai Komi here, and we've got Nikolic holding and good control of the head here. No chance, I don't think, of Lehenry coming out of that. One was already on the board already. The seconds ticking up, and it's going to be Ippon win.
Nelly, now I have a question for you. It's a question.
Yes.
Okay. What do you think before you was fighter before 25, 30 years ago?
30 years.
How is change? Tell me, please.
I think that
For 30 years ago and now.
I think that my opinion is that the top fighters then would have been okay today. A lot of people say, oh, it was different then. But judo is judo. And I think that great champions adapt. I think that your judo would, in 30 years' time, you would have still been champion. You would have adapted to the judo. I think that the only difference is small differences to rules make a difference in the development of technique. So I think that rules determine development of technique, so you change the rules. So in my day, for example, we had the red area. So we could push out, we went for penalties. So now I think it's more positive for throwing. So we have more possibilities for throwing. But we had, I think, in there that in my day we had more transition into newaza. So it was just a little bit different, But I think that for me, I tried to be 50-50 tachiwaza, 50% newaza.
Okay.
And so that's why now we push very, very hard for transition from tachiwaza to newaza. And we need the referees to allow it. And at one stage, we had it so that it was probably 70% tachiwaza, 30% newaza, which was a bad development. So then we had to change that. So I think that we had, in my day, it was just a little bit different, the balance. So now what we're trying to do now is to balance it up. But I think great champions, if you have a look at great champions from 30, 40 years ago, the ones with good judo would have adapted. It would be the same, they would still adapt to judo
What
now.
do you think if you come here this time when you was junior?
Yes.
Okay, when you was junior, like 25, and
Yes.
you come now, you fight these rules. How
Yes.
was? What do you think? What he was like? He was easy. He was be easy for you, or he wasn't difficult? You style, okay?
Just
I mean, when you fight, your style was like grip style and uchimatas. Yeah.
For me, it was very dominant with the grips.
Okay.
So to dominate grips, the ones with good kumakata initiated technique.
Okay.
You always had really good kumakata. So your kumakata was immense. When you took a grip, it was to score Ippon. For me, the same. Komakata,
Enough.
throw for Ippon. No change, no different.
Okay.
Same mentality.
I remember, yes, I heard about, before was easy and the judo was come on, people,
No.
if coming Ezio Gamba, now this
Still, Ezio
time.
Gamba, if he came now, he would adapt like that.
Yeah,
All best fighters, when they change the rules, the people that complain about the rules are the coaches, all right? The referees sometimes as well, but the fighters, they just adapt.
if coming Koga.
He would throw anybody.
Everybody.
Of course.
Of course.
Of
Why
course.
he was.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember.
Absolutely.
Oh, he was
And
really-
the top fighters will always adapt.
But I remember, always when I do seminar, always ask people, not just you must know judo, you must know history about judo.
Yes.
This is important. This is too important. I wasn't 13 years old when I start to look judo, because I remember Barcelona Olympic Games, Atlanta Olympic Games, so Sydney Olympic Games, and after Sydney I start to fight. That's why I grew up like, every
Absolutely.
competition.
Well, I think that if you have a look, the answer is that if you have a look, judo is the same now as it is good judo is the same.
Judo
Same
don't
technique.
change, time is changed.
Yes,
Exactly.
and also rules initiate a small difference.
Yeah.
If you play the rules for penalties, then people play for penalties. You play the rules for Ippon, people go for Ippon.
Yeah, exactly.
No difference. I promise you, no matter what time, whether it's 30 years' time or 40 years' time, you would have still been champion. For sure.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
for sure.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Teddy Riner the same.
Of course.
And you look at the great champions like Koga, same,
Nomura,
no different.
Same.
He's so incredibly, his judo was so incredible, he would have thrown anybody at any time. For sure. Back to the fighting, my goodness. Chibana on here against Ebanarat of Azerbaijan, and we are in round 2 here, and Ilyas Iliadis, my very special guest here. We're just getting absolutely into the history of judo, and just incredible conversation. Well, something's happened here. I think Chibana. Well, I'm amazed here that
No, this is before.
I don't know what's happened here now. This is Chibana against Udanabat of Azerbaijan. Somebody quite badly injured here, but I think
Right.
we're going to have a little look. No, we're back. We're now different match completely. We're going down round 2 here, and I think we have Diaz here against Alpiev of Bulgaria, and we're on mat 2 for the ones at home that want to know exactly where we are. So we switched over.
I know this guy, Diaz. He's from USA. He's young. He's good guy. I was in USA in Miami. I meet there. He's really good guy.
You're traveling around all over the world at the moment, promoting judo and
My honor,
and
really. I'm
China.
so proud. I
Yeah.
promote judo around the world.
well, I can tell you now, Ilyas, we are so proud that you're doing that, and for me, the most important thing, over the last 30 years, you asked me about the last 30 years, and one of the biggest advantages and one of the pleasures that I have is that I'm able to still promote judo, and you'll still be doing that.
The end in my life, I be like.
I have no doubts. I have no doubts. Well, I'd like to personally just thank Ilyas for coming to join me.
Thank
All
you.
right, he's
Thank
my
you.
dear friend. He's my new training partner in life. Wherever we go, all over the world.
Tonight we will see in gym, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
absolutely.
you. Good luck
Ilyas
for everyone.
Iliadis, thank you very
Thank you.
much. A great champion and a great person.
Thank you.
So we have switched to mat 2. We are now on mat 2 with Diaz of the USA against Alpiev of Bulgaria. Under 60 kilograms category. No score on the board at the moment. Good newaza here from Diaz. Can he get the leg out? Double lapel turn all the time. And for the ones that have just joined me, Neil Adams here in Zagreb for the Grand Prix tournament. I just had the most amazing conversation with the great Ilias Iliadis, and well, it was an interview with a special man. Talking about the development of judo, great champions, and
speaking of great champions,
well, I just had the most amazing conversation with my mate, Ilias Iliadis.
Oh, you're talking about him? No,
Just incredible.
I'll tell you how amazing a champion he is. He's down there having a look at the Moroccan girl who was strangled unconscious.
He's just a great guy. You know, I mean, he was saying that he grew up with my commentary. I mean, as a 12-year-old.
Oh, no, that's not nice,
doesn't
is
get
it?
any better than that, does it? And then, on the other side of that, he was asking me about judo in the past, you know, how it's developed. What about the great champions, how they would do now? And, you know, just got a great understanding about...
He interviewed you.
He did interview me. He said, enough of me, he said. I'm going to ask you some questions. Just amazing.
What a man. I'll tell you who else is in here who may be on his way up to you. Mark Hasinger. Hasinger is in here. He might come up and have a chat with you. And then... we can't get him on the last day because he's competing, but Teddy Riner, and he did drop by during the World Championships and have a chat. Just, he was walking up the stairs and he said, hello, and he headphones on, just out of the blue.
Brilliant.
So more and more we hope to bring you, you know, the champions at home. But it was really nice when Neil was speaking of champions and I had to pick the headphones up. I thought for a moment he'd made a terrible mistake and had mistaken me for someone else, but no.
Wow, that was incredible. What a great interview with a great guy.
He went straight down to have a look at Aziza Shakir of Morocco, who'd lost out to Anne-Sophie Jura of Belgium. The little Belgian put the shimmy waza on. I don't know if you were watching that, Matt.
We saw it just a little bit, and then obviously, I mean, she wasn't being attended to straight away, and so we went straight over to mat 2 to concentrate on mat 2. But
they've given Adonis Diaz Wazari right at the end there, much to the dismay of the Bulgarian coach. He's holding his hands up and says, "You cannot be serious." I think they are.
I think so. Well, I'm going to leave you with this for a second because I need to.
Okay, Chief.
Neil
will be back
2 seconds
shortly. He's going to look for his next victim, I think. Well, you've had a nice treat, haven't you? You know, Neil Adams and Ilias Iliadis. And Suzuki was a nice young girl who came up and had a chat as well. But coming onto the mat now, the current Olympic champion, Paula Pareto of Argentina, faces Summer Truong of the United States of America. It's Pareto in the white judogi, Truong in blue. And I hope you're enjoying the opening day of competition at the Zagreb Grand Prix. We're watching round 2 of the under 48 kilo category. We may, I'm not sure if Emilia Fulgentes of the United States of America will come up, because she lost out in her first round contest in the under 57 kilo category to Eva Oberan of Croatia, and there was a little bit of a question mark over some of what happened in that contest, but we were able to some degree clear it up with Amelia. Hopefully, at least she understood the reasoning behind the couple of shidos that she collected along the way. Pareto working on the ground here, having scored Wazzari early on. As ever, you can just click on the feedback button and we'll get your comments. Thanks to Cyril Gosselin, who sent us a message about Tobias Engelmeyer. He retired after Rio, so we're not going to be seeing Toby again. That's a shame. We enjoyed watching Engelmeyer over quite a period as well. Well, maybe there's some new blood coming in the under 60 kilo category for Germany. 2.5 minutes left to go here. Pareto leading by the single Wazzari over Summer Truong in the blue judogi. I haven't seen her brother for a while. Turned onto her side, but she's got Pareto's leg trapped. Just needs to make sure that she turns the right way. Unfortunately, she didn't. Could have turned into Pareto. That was the danger. The leg wasn't deep enough. Wasn't trapped deep enough. And once that came out, Pareto, too experienced and too strong in the upper body for Summer Truong to shake off. It's Pareto who goes into the first of the quarterfinals in Pool C. So, job done for Paolo Pareto. Coming up next, Alexandra Pop of Romania faces Marusia Stanga of Slovenia. Pop in the white judogi, Stanga in blue. Let's see how Marusia Stanga has travelled. She hasn't had to come far. In the background you can see the Olympic champion just tidying herself up as she watches Pop and Stanga. One of these will be her opponent in that quarter-final. Milica Nikolic is the number 1 seed from Serbia. Will face Anne-Sophie Ura in the first of the quarterfinals. Gabriela Chibana of Brazil will face either Maria Sidero of Portugal or Francesca Milani of Italy. They are currently doing battle down on mat number 1, and there's no score in that contest as yet. Now Pop is on the board. Scores Wazzari with 2:20 odd left to go. Stanga, you can see how awkward the situation is for her there as far as the leg is concerned. Needs to hop over that if she can. She can't manage. Good defence from Alexandra Popp. A little under 2 minutes, so there's plenty of time for Stanger. She doesn't have to, there's no panic here. Plenty of time to come up with a tying or even winning score. Missed with that right-sided Tomoenage effort. Popp. There's better grip from Stanger. She's the one now with a slightly stronger grip. Now she's had to change it. Still putting Popp under pressure, and for me that was a drop. She picked up the Shido, yeah. Well spotted by the referee. She comes back with a better effort there and then follows it up with the Sutemi was. She may have a chance on the arm here. Stanger having to defend strongly. She hasn't been turned, that's the important thing. Doesn't want to get stretched out here either, but she's blocked that well. The referee calls mate with a little over a minute left to go. There you go, just as I mentioned, sending messages. We get one from Paul Nelson, a big hello to our buddy Paul from Down Under. Ooh, could be problems here for Popp. I wonder. Just got to get past the knee, and she does. Oh, couldn't come up with the Osaikami. Used up about 20 odd seconds there, did Popp. Good pressure from Stanger. I wonder if there's long enough for her to come up with either a tying score or to steal it. Well, the best thing that Popp could do was to put in that effort. Took 6 seconds off the clock. Clever work from the Romanian. Stanger slightly untidy with that effort. Really needs to have both hands on her opponent, control her before she wastes an effort. 11 seconds now, half that time gone without a real solid effort. Yeah, well, that was poor. She'll pick up a second penalty, but unless she's really silly, she should take this one now. Well, I'm not sure how different that is from the last one. She's going to get away with it. Alexandra Popp just squeezing past Marusa Stanger of Slovenia. Well, however she got here, however the trip was, he's on her way back, I'm afraid. Right, we're going to go down to map number 1 now. We're going to take a look at the contest between Yakub Shamilov of Russia. He's up against Manuel Scheibel of Germany. Shamilov in the white judogi, Scheibel in blue. Wow. Generosity is overwhelming. He's been given a chocolate bar by Neil Adams. We don't worry about advertising or anything on here, do we? We say what we like. It's a Mars bar.
Don't say I don't give you anything.
Yeah, I noticed that Neil has kept the Snickers for himself, but I'm just grateful for anything that's going. I've got both of them now.
No, just one.
Oh, I see.
You just have a choice.
Shamilov in the white judogi, Scheibel in blue. It's round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. And I just, because you were, I'd got this message from, I should say who I got it from again. It was Cyril Gosselin of Germany. He told us that Tobias Engelmeyer has retired. Little Toby from the under 60 kilo category.
He had a great
the pocket
good career.
rocket, yeah.
He did, yeah.
He was a good
Really,
man. Enjoyed watching him. He was one of those, tiny, short fighters who
explosive.
You wouldn't want to mess around with.
No.
It's a bit of a handful. Brave.
I think Shamilov is one of the Russians, isn't he? Here, that one of the dangers in the under 66 kilograms.
Yeah.
Of course, the two Russians can meet in the
is that the semi-final? Yeah, that's
think.
unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes. Paul Nelson tells us that Daniel Laskow and Mark Hausinger were down his way for an IJF Academy. He said it was a great event. I'm glad that you're getting some good quality down your way. We've got Nathan Katz up here, haven't we? Have we seen him this morning? I can't remember.
I haven't seen him up.
Right. Okay. Let me have a look and see where he is, because he is seeded, isn't he? He may have had a bye in the first round because he's seeded number 3. Yeah, he's coming up against Matteo Medves of Italy. He's not on the sheet yet, so it's a while yet. No score yet between Shamilov and Scheibel.
Well, certainly it's Shamilov that is taking the initiative here. The very unusual, it's almost Yoko Gak that he does.
A bit untidy, isn't it?
It's just unusual, it's an unusual slant with the body when he does it, and it is. I mean, you don't see Yoko Gaki very often done, but he kind of does it.
Maybe he should spend a bit of time at the IJF Academy with Daniel Laskow and Mark Hausinger.
Just different ways, isn't it? Yoko Tomonagi, just some different ways in, different...
That was a little tidier though, wasn't it, that one? How was your time with Mr. Iliadis?
Well, interesting. Ilias Iliadis, great champion. He said, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions now. I ended up interviewing me. But he said, how would you have done now, with the rules as they are? And I said to him that the amazing thing is, I said, the actual fighters are the ones that don't moan too much about new rules or interpretation. They're the ones that get on with it and adapt.
Yeah,
and
it's the tacticians who study every little point and everything that get troubled by a minor change in the rules. It's rare. I think in the last, was it 20 years or something, only once did we hear a kind of a slight disquiet from the Japanese about rule changes. Apart from that, they just take it as it comes.
Well, the only one that the Japanese are questioning is the actual ippon at the moment having to land directly onto the points of the shoulders rather than being rolled. If it's a good technique, for example, they're saying if it rolls and both points of the shoulders touch the back, then it should be an ippon. There's a lot of people pushing for that at the moment, I have to say so. Yeah. But and the thing is that I kind of do agree if it's controlled absolutely by the hands. For me, it's complete control with the hands. If you lose control with the hands, or if it lands one shoulder and only one shoulder, then it's a wazari.
See, we know when there's been one of those rolling ippons that if it happened in the club, it wouldn't be called a rolling ippon. It'd just be say you were smashed. But for that rule, as it goes, on one shoulder back and then the other shoulder, we don't count it as an ippon. And yet we know it's an absolute smash and grab. I'm just going to ask our chief if he can take us down to mat number 2. And the reason for that is Joana Diogo of Portugal is up against Endo Hiromi of Japan. It's Diogo in the white judogi, Endo in blue. If you wanted to see Shamilov and Scheibel, you can just click on mat number 1 and you'll get that. But the reason that we're coming down here is because Endo was one of our picks this morning as not the surprise package, but definitely one that you're going to have to watch who wasn't seeded, because she's just such a tough cookie.
Well, I think as you pointed out as well, just to give a little bit of the base here, this leg's going to come out, by the way. And just to give a bit of the base, Endo has only lost to best fighters in the world. And so she doesn't lose very often. And that's why she was one of your picks, I think.
Yeah. If you're going to overturn Endo, you better be absolutely top drawer.
It's a good point, because that's what we're looking for, isn't it? We're looking for consistency of performance, and who you lose to or who you don't lose to are two very important things.
I happened to chat with her this morning and I said, "How are you feeling?" She said, "I'm nervous." I started to laugh.
Miss Endo said that, did she?
"I'm nervous." I wanted to say to her, "What are you nervous about?" But that wouldn't have been kind to the opposition.
Just a little bit. I mean, we normally see them tie up, take that leg out straight away, don't we? And I still think the leg's going to come out. She needs to tie that top half up. 99% of the time, Japanese get that leg out. And there it comes. And it is. It's not by accident that they tie up the top half, the leg comes out, and it's something that they train.
Yeah, she'd been there once before, and that Tati Shiogatami, when they trap both the legs and you push down, that's a horrible feeling, getting stretched out like that. Neil won't have experienced that before.
No, actually,
he'll have dished it out on a few occasions, but he won't have been on the receiving end of that. So I can give you chapter and verse on what it feels like. It was a tidy win from Endo. We look forward to the quarter-final when she is likely to be tested further. Who is it? It's Monica Ungaranu, I think, the Romanian, who she's going to come up against in that quarter-final. Right, who we've got coming up now? Sergio Olianic of Portugal faces Marcel Bizon of Germany. Jakub Shamilov and Manuel Scheibel are still doing battle down there on mat number 1. They're minute 40 into golden score. Shamilov has just picked up a Shido. It's all tied up down there on mat number 1. Let's stick with Sergio Olianic and Marcel Bizon. It's Olianic in the white judogi, Bizon in blue. I haven't seen Marcel Bizon.
We haven't seen a lot of the German team, have we, really? It's a new German team. And I remember that they said that it was definitely a brand new team that he's building, and it's exactly what we've got here. We've got the juniors and the youngsters and the number 3s and 4s in the squad coming out for valuable experience.
And I'm sorry if I misled you with regard to the last of the quarterfinals in the under 48 kilo category. It won't be Monica Ungaranu. She lost out to Lucie Dupont of France. So it'll be Dupont and Endo as Olianic gets on the board. He throws Bizon for Wazari after a minute, and now the referee calls mate there. That is Roberta Churilla in the middle. It's her first Grand Prix for Roberta Churilla, but don't be misled by that. She's a quality referee. already done senior European championships. Daddy is a referee commissioner, by the way. But I'll tell you what, she ain't there because of Daddy. She's there because she's actually one of the best referees on the circuit. Yeah, and we're lucky now to have her in the IJF.
Well, it was interesting about the golden scores, and I was just talking to Jan Snijders down there. He said there's too many matches going time and into golden scores, and what is the situation? What can we do? You know, I said why, and it's a difficult one, isn't it, to kind of answer. You know, how do we stop it? And I asked Ilias Iliadis what he would do, and he just said you don't carry the Shidos into golden score. It's decided in the real match. You know, if it is a penalty, then it's decided. That was his opinion.
Well, it would certainly remove that tactical ploy when you've got your opponent's got one Shido, you're coming to towards the end of golden score, and then you just slow things down, hoping that your opponent will get a penalty, taking 2 penalties into golden score, or that you'll both get a penalty and it will be 2-1, because that means a single mistake by your opponent puts him out. One by you, you're still in there. And if you hadn't picked up the second a first penalty, and your opponent did, it would mean you could pick up 2 penalties in golden score. You really close everything down. Yeah. So it would remove that kind of tactical play. I don't know, I haven't really thought about the other implications yet, because there always are. You know, there's some clever coaches out there all the time looking for one-upmanship.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's something to think about, isn't it?
It is.
As I contemplate one of these chocolate bars.
Which one are you going for?
I don't know yet. I'm looking at. Well, I'm looking at both of them. I'm just going to move them away and then remove temptation, take it out of my way for the moment. Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan is on the mat against Ryan Vargas down on mat number 1. If you want to see that one, we're going to stick with Olijanic, yeah.
I think Olijanic, very experienced, isn't he? Always looks to me as if he's out on his feet a little bit and then just suddenly blast through. He's got some good technique, Olijanic. Just was hurry up in this match into the last minute. Can he tie it up now to get that leg out? A lot of these Germans, they just lack that little bit of experience. You can see that at this level.
Yeah, no one's been, banged over, but there is that little bit of, as Neil was saying, there's a difference in the experience.
Well, you can see it as well. Olijanic here, just quick look at the clock. 12 seconds into the last 10. So there he is
Another
again.
look, yeah.
And it's almost all over now. He'll have to come forward, Bizon.
Oh dear.
Definite penalty there for Olijanic.
Bizon tries to help him out.
Well, but that's a penalty, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was exactly the same, so you have to give it.
Well, she may decide with no time left on the clock. Not going to make any difference. Olijanic is going to win. It
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You still got to give it.
And I see referees who do. That's a penalty. It's not going to make any change, but I'm going to give it to you because it is a penalty. And then I see some who think,
don't. Yes.
Not bothered. And in this case, where you've got the loser getting the penalty, I can understand it. It's normally when the winner is about to win, and they do something, they give them the penalty. It's still, doesn't happen. Should give it irrespective.
I think so. It's just an opinion, but I really believe.
I think you're right.
I believe that they should.
Right, we can go down to mat number 1 because we haven't had a look at Hashiguchi. He leads by Wazari with 1:25. He's one of the people that we mentioned this morning. Kenneth van Gansbecker and Alexander Marillac of France are on mat number 2. If you want to watch that, just click on mat number 2. But we're going to go down to mat number 1 and have a look at Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan in the white judogi, Ryan Vargas of the United States of America in blue.
He's a BJJ guy, Ryan Vargas, and he had some incredible transition. He had some amazing transitions into Newaza, and he won 3 matches at the World Championships. And he was really, his Tachiwaza he's got to bring up to the same level as his Newaza, and then I think he'll
be a danger man.
Well, I have him down as a danger man for the future.
Oh.
And you watch Hashiguchi here. I mean, he's a Wazari up. We can see that. But watch when they go down to Newaza, and even at 40 seconds to go, he has great transition. It's brilliant.
The interesting thing is the man in the middle with the white top on isn't from Japan, and he isn't from the United States of America, but he's having a good look, isn't he?
Exactly. Now watch him. He doesn't want to know down there, does he? Hashiguchi doesn't want to know. He's already felt
leaving
it.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that you've got the German coach standing up in the background is because his fighter is going to face the winner of this, and it looks as though it's going to be Hashiguchi with only 6 seconds left to go.
Yeah, just did enough, didn't he? Got the score, held on, and just stayed off the ground there. Didn't want to go anywhere near that with Ryan Vargas. But watch out for Vargas.
You may have to watch out for him, because I may bring him up here next. Have a little chat with him, talk to him, see how he felt and where that single slip was, because if he'd avoided that, he may have given Hashiguchi a real run for his money. As it was, he took him to full time anyway. Okay, Anzur Ardanov of Russia is up next. He faces Frank Venez of France. Ardanov in the white judogi, Venez in blue. And this is the round 2 match in Pool B.
Well, they've obviously got the 2 Russians out for a reason, haven't they? Just to get a little bit of sorting out.
It was Mikhail Pulyaev who they sent to the World Championships, wasn't it? For another second place.
3rd time, second place in the World Championships. Had his work cut out, though. Very low Tayatoshi there from Venez of France.
Well, it's a little bit early for me to go hunting Ryan Vargas, because he'll still be catching his breath from his exertions in that last contest with Hashiguchi. I might leave him for
a second.
A second or so. We would have had Amelia Fulgentes of the United States of America, the under 57 kilo category fighter. She's a good prospect. She lost out to Eva Oberan of Croatia in their second round contest. Oberan will now face Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain. And there are a couple of things that happened in the contest that she wasn't that happy with, but on further examination and with an explanation, she realized that there were 2 errors that she committed. Although she scored Wazari, she lost the contest, having, first of all, when Oberan was attempting Sumigaishi, she grabbed the leg in defense. That's Fulgentes, so she picked up a penalty for that. She thought we were in Newaza. That was her explanation. Said, well, when your opponent is attempting to throw you,
you're not in Newaza.
You're not in Newaza. No. That's Tachiwaza, despite the fact that she may have been on her back.
Doesn't matter.
So Temiwaza is a Tachiwaza, attempt that takes the opponent onto the ground, but it's not Newaza. She said, okay, I can see that. And then the second one, she said, I grabbed the leg because I'd completely forgotten, having scored Wazari, I'd completely forgotten that the first penalty was a leg grab penalty. And that, the second leg grab penalty, is Hansokamake. So that's why she was given Hansokamake. That was the explanation I gave her. I'm not quite sure whether she believed it or not, but
Good explanation.
she went away without disturbing the refereeing commission. So
Good.
I saved them a job. She's a great kid, and I hope
She thought it was 3
bounces
shidos,
back.
3 times touching the leg.
No, she forgot that the first one was the leg grab.
All right, with you.
So she aired. Yeah, there's another one with a little bit is that push out.
Was it a push?
No, didn't stand up strong enough as far as the referee's concerned. But Adanov definitely assisted him.
He did, and it's getting it sorted, isn't it? You know, maybe if we didn't give any kind of shido for them going out, but then I don't know.
They'd be there all day, wouldn't they?
I think so. So Ardenov just ahead here, but it's a tough old match, and like we said before, possibility here of a Shamilov and Ardenov semi-final. Yeah, just looking through now, it's possibility semi-final.
We got the quarter-final lineup in the under 60 kilo category, by the way. And just while they have this tidy up for the blood injury, I'm going to go down the quarter-final lineup whilst we look at our sheet from this morning. So here's the quarter-final lineup. Amiran Papinashvili, who we did pick, will face Mehman Zadigov. Bekir Oslu, who we pointed out, will face Ashley McKenzie. It'll be Robert Shvidabadze to face Ahmet Shaheen Kaba, and then down in the bottom half it's Albert Oguzov and Adonis Diaz. So all 4 of the top 4 seeds have made it through. The only one that we lost was Aoki, because he had the bad foot. And what happened then to, who was it that saw off Kitadai? He was in the top half. It was Bekir Oslu, Turkish fighter, who did for him.
Who did?
Right. Kenneth van Gansbecker is up against Alexander Mariac of France down on mat number 2. It's the Frenchman who leads. Well, that's done now. They've finished that. It's Nathan Katz up against Mathieu Medvez. That is
just about to happen. Long way out for Nathan Katz.
Keep my fingers crossed that Adanov and Vernes, they're not going to delay us too long. He's got the look of someone who can see his opponent. Yeah, there he is. Right, we're back underway.
Well, certainly lacking a little bit of fire here, Ardenov. Like I said, the Russians have got both fighters out here for a reason. And what I suspect is that they'll have them out to build up their points in case, just an easy way through for their world silver medalist, of course, you know, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, of course. The more people that they have in the top 10 or the top 8, the better it is for qualification for the Olympic Games.
Funny thing about that qualification for the Olympic Games, and there are some. He's got a nasty bump to the nose there. Ardanov. He's going to need to have his nose wiped up, and they need to wipe the mat up as well. They come with that antiseptic spray, don't they, and clean that up. Now, about the selection for the Olympic Games. Do you want to go to another mat whilst they're doing that, or?
I'm just thinking, let's just have a quick look at Nathan Katz.
Yeah, okay, let's go down to mat number 2 and have a look at Nathan Katz of Australia. He's picked up a single shido in his contest with Mathieu Medvez of Italy. Medvez of Italy. It's 240 odd left to go. And just quickly to go back on that qualification, where you've got a National Olympic Committee that has to sign off on selection. There are a few countries that have that. So
Right.
if you're the number one in your country, and for some reason, you're not the flavour of the month with the NOC for some reason,
They don't send you.
if there's
Wow.
someone else who's qualified. I mean, it's a rarity because
So they select the team.
they select the team.
It's crazy.
It has to pass them first.
Wow. Nathan Katz here has to be careful on the edge. He's really bad on the edge. He stepped out twice and needs to. He's obviously doing Medvez. He feels the danger of Medvez, but he needs to keep in. Lucky he hasn't received a second penalty for stepping out.
Jakub Shamilov, by the way, fell at the wayside. He was defeated by Manuel Schneibel of Germany. The German.
Well, he looked out of sorts. He definitely did look out of sorts. So we're
He's gone.
not going to have a Russian semi-final.
Ain't gonna happen. Schneibel will face Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan. And Ardanov isn't looking that bright either. He's gone into golden score against Frank Venez of France. So a bit of a struggle for the Russians in the 66 kilo category this morning. I'm going to steal that Mars bar that's been sitting on our table.
It's killing you.
Yeah, I can't watch it any longer. Has to go, I'm afraid. And whilst I steal away for a moment to do that, I want to leave you with Nathan Katz of Australia, Matteo Medvez of Italy, and Neil Adams.
Well, like I said, he's got to be careful on the edge here. Nathan Katz can feel the danger. Just make sure that he's first into the attack. Try and dominate the grip if possible, but one Shido down, not over yet. Not enough there from Medvez. Well, I was going to say it's not enough to get Nathan Katz another penalty, just by superiority. Oh, good. He's waved it off. Glad about that. It's not enough just being superior with the grips if you're not attacking with it. This is where Nathan Katz needs to be. Back his opponent up instead. That's going to be a score, is it? Was Harry scored there? Matteo Medvez takes Katz over into the last minute. So Katz now knows that seconds are ticking away. Last 30 seconds now. He's going to come full on now, 100%. Long way for Nathan Katz to be. Good attack there by Katz. Going forwards now all the time. That's going to be a penalty, I think, for Medvez. Just on the defensive now, Medvez. Holding on to that score. Frustration by Katz. 1 second, has to give the penalty, does give the penalty. Doesn't make any difference to the end result, but you've got to give it. Well, Nathan Katz will be disappointed with that. Pushed forwards just that one score by Medvez. A bit of a delay to the technique. So next match, Sandal of Turkey up against Bunchik of Serbia. Good change of direction by Sandal. Well, we know Sandal. Oh, straight into the placard there. As I say, we know he has a really good Sianagi there. Technique started in, went right the way out, didn't it? Right into the advertising placards. This match will be followed by Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain against Uburan of Croatia. Oh, beautiful. Now, Ippon given for that one. Serbian right the way onto his back. What a beautiful change of direction that was. Sandal pulled for the Sianagi. Kouchi. Well, be nice to see that one back in slow motion. Not sure if we're going to get a replay of it. Super stuff there. Sandal through. So Nakoda Smith-Davis in white here against Uburan of Croatia, the world bronze medalist. So happy to get that bronze medal at the World Championships. Now she's somebody with a specific technique that she does from a specific grip, very dominant grip, and she'll look for the grip all the time and just hope that the referee gives a chance to build, because she's always looking for the ippon, always looking for the big score. She'll dominate the sleeve, dominate the lapel, big arm over the back. Smith-Davis. And of course Oberan, she knows she's got the world bronze medalist out there. Well, just a quick replay there of that beautiful Kouchi. I think we're going to see it again. I didn't think that it landed flat on the back, but it almost rolled. But anyway, ippon given. Now she has the sleeve and the lapel. It's right against left. Doesn't make a big difference because she'll go across against the leg. She'll go round the front leg here, Nakoda. Needs to attack the other flank as well. Minute and a half gone, no score. Well, certainly it's Smith Davis at the moment. Sodi Surikomigoshi, that's going to be a Wazari. Changed the technique this time. Oberon has to come forward now. Came close there, Oberon. She knows that she's got nothing to lose now. Well, the right against left, you can see quite clearly that creates its own problems. Each fighter having to come around the predominant hip. Well, each one of these attacks going outside of the area. Positive judo by the young Croatian. Now, is that going to be a switch? Oh, I thought she was going to do the Utsuri. Almost had the situation of changing hip there. Well, just that one score on the board, 25 seconds. That's going to be another Wazari, is it? It is another Wazari there. Tayatoshi this time from Nakoda Smith-Davis. Now looking for the Newaza. That seems to be a good place to be. Just tie it up and into the Osai Komi. Just 6 seconds left on the clock. It won't make any difference here. 1 second to go. Nakoda Smith-Davis will go through to the next round. So that sends Smith-Davis of Great Britain into the quarter-final stages of the tournament. Moksadev of Azerbaijan here against Kajsa of Slovenia, and Kajsa of Slovenia is in white. Still staying on mat 2. This is round 2 of the under 57 kilograms. Looking for the double lapel, now onto the arm. Can she get it? Needs to apply pressure to the elbow. Looking for the juji roll. Slovenian just holds off Kajsa. Just stopping the roll here. A lot of energy expelled when you're trying to do Juji Gatami and they're defending. Moksadev attacking hard. Munksedev trying for the Jujigatami again. Always on the arm. Just needs a little bit more pressure actually on the arm and then into the head as well. The head needs to be under control at the same time. So good statistic there. Nearly 300 competitors, not quite, in this Grand Prix. First one after the World Championships. So still no score. Kaiser of Slovenia, Munksedev of Azerbaijan. Just over halfway in this contest.
Dakota Davis awaits the winner.
Yeah,
of this contest. Yeah,
looking very, very cool. Really, two good scores for Dakota Davis, world bronze medalist coming into this tournament. Just wanting to stay busy, I think.
Ole Bischoff played a little game with the draw sheets. It's probably his sense of humour. It was called Loser of the Losers, the game was. I don't know if I've explained it to you before.
No.
You'll love this one, Neil.
I can't wait.
You'll love this one. Loser of the Losers is identifying the person who lost to the person who then lost and lost and lost. So when you work it back, you have to go for the silver medalist, because the gold medalist is the winner. He's won all his contests. So the silver medalist lost. Who did the silver medalist beat in the quarter-final? Who did that person beat in round 3? Who did that person beat in round 2? And who did that person beat in round 1? And whoever it was that was
the loser of the losers.
The loser of all the losers.
That's unfair.
It is, isn't it? That is so harsh.
Yes,
it's so harsh. But, you know,
it's not a claim to fame, is it? That's for sure.
It's the one title that you don't want.
No.
Score there for Kaiser. So at the moment, it is not looking good for Amelia Fulgentis of the United States of America.
That's really unfair.
I was going to call Amelia up here, actually.
No, don't do that.
We won't do it until we know the workings out, because Eva Oberam beat Amelia Fulgentis. Oberam was just defeated by Smith Davis. So it's if Smith Davis loses her next one, then it continues. But she looks quite strong, doesn't Dakota? So
I don't think it's going to happen.
I think Fulgentis
sure.
will be up here with us, and she can have a chat.
Excellent. I'll let you interview.
No. I'm good, mate. You know, I'll leave you to do those. That is Katja Kaiser of Slovenia going through on the back of that single Wazari. She goes into the quarterfinal. We've got Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia facing Sarah Harachi of France. Mezhetskaya in the white judogi, Harachi in blue. I think this would be a good battle. Mezhetskaya has got great counters, in particular around the hips. Very, very powerful uranagi. I remember her absolutely body slamming one of her opponents. It was almost like one of those one-arm smashes. Very, very strong fighter. Compact.
Yeah, I've always felt that she should be doing better. It's just a feeling, because I agree with you. She has some great ippon judo. She always looks for the ippon as well. But when she goes, she goes quite big as well, doesn't
that's right.
She goes by ippon. There's the Sodi. Oh, brilliant. Straight in for the Sodi, and it goes again. And she takes her off the other side this time. And she gets a Wazari. Did she get the ippon for it? I think she got given the ippon there.
Maybe we can have another look at that then.
Well, we didn't quite see it. I don't think it was ippon. I thought she landed on her side, but...
The French coach thinks it's Wazari. No, he's... Well, I like the hand signal.
It's a good... Well, it's one or the other. That's unfair, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's unfair, but it's one or the other. Wazari or ippon, we've gone for the Wazari. And now she fires back. Arachi says, well, you did it, I'm doing it as well. And this is where we see her sometimes, Machitskaya, she sometimes just comes a little bit unstuck under pressure, but she has great ippon style judo. She really does.
It's thumping, isn't it, when you get dumped from Mezhetskaya.
Well, like you say, she has some good counters. Kayashiwaza is good, so let's see.
Yeah, light on her feet. I think that is what I would call it. She can throw very, very strongly, but when attacked herself, can from time to time go over quite easily. Oshigari right-sided from Harachi, and then she tries a little sode on the mat edge there, but
yeah, she's trying to dominate this. Well, she is dominating the sleeve, Harachi. After the first sode there from Machitskaya, she says, right, okay, let's tie this down a bit.
Hans van Essen has, by the way, come back and said that he may prepare a statistic with loser of the losers, and perhaps we can offer a motivational prize for the winner. But there is
not
no
a
winner.
Motivational prize, is it?
There is no winner of that prize.
No, only a loser.
There's only a loser, and you have to.
You are
lose.
the loser of that prize.
Yeah, you have to lose in order to get it.
No.
But he has come up and said sometimes a loser of the losers is a former world champion like Correa, Luciano Correa of Brazil, who lost in Budapest. I shall point them all in your direction, Hans van Essen, when they come looking for whoever it was that embarrassed them publicly. It wasn't Neil or I.
No.
We didn't bring that up, did we? We never mentioned any names.
I wouldn't have mentioned it. Definitely wouldn't.
Look to Hans van Essen for the release of that information. Luciano Correa is coming your way.
He's definitely going to be on his website, that's for sure.
100 kilos of hardened-up Brazilian is, winging its way to you, my friend.
Yeah.
Look out.
You are the loser of the winner. the winner of the loser prize.
So the single score to Mezhetskaya almost going one way, then the other. Harachi with that Oshigari hooked in. Almost did a leg there, didn't he?
Well, my goodness me, that did look like an ouch. It really was. She was wrapped round the waist there, Mezhetskaya. But credit to Harachi, sorry.
Hans van Essen is claiming the safety of Iliadis by saying that's judo. That's what Iliadis said. Is that going to be your defence when Correa comes knocking on your door?
Yeah, that's it. You're on your own.
Hello to Hans van Essen. He's always up there to provide us with information. Thanks very much for that. Brutalova.
Great
just
information it is too, Hans. Thank you.
Brutalova just being asked to quiet down a bit as Mezhetskaya almost comes up with a neat piece of work.
Yeah, didn't quite, did she? It was just landing on the backside, so no score given. I didn't think it was a score. He's got a second score up there, and I don't think it was.
Me neither. She's
They're just
rolled
having a
across,
little look at this.
rolled across the backside. And gets a Shido for the leg grab, but they're also talking about the score.
The score wasn't a score, was it?
This is not his finest hour, is it?
It isn't.
Yeah, take the Wazari off. Join the party. We are severe at times, you know.
Oh my goodness.
We're unforgiving. That was a poor effort there, just dropped to her knees. She was lucky to get away with that, given the nature of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Mezhetskaya can't afford another error here.
Well, one more, and it will be on Sokomaki, and it'll be the worst time. That'll be the worst way to lose, because she's been well ahead, almost 2 scores, but not quite. Oh my goodness.
No, it's gone, mate. Look at Harachi's gi. Beautiful fit. Look at the size of the gi on Mezhetskaya.
She gets away with it.
Oh
My goodness.
Double the size.
Last score now. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, actually. In as that, you have to have a kit that fits.
Yeah.
It's like Usain Bolt wearing a pair of Dunlop size 15s to run with. Doesn't quite go, does it? Not that he's size 14 or anything. 3 seconds left on the clock, and I'd say that Mezhetskaya just a little bit fortunate here. Definitely superior when it comes to the throwing ability, but Harachi put her under so much pressure, and Mezhetskaya was very fortunate to come out of that. Especially, well, she could have got the 3rd penalty for sure.
So, Mezhetskaya into the quarter-final. I'm not going to attempt to fill out the contest sheets.
I wanted you to do it.
My handwriting was once described by a teacher at school. He said it looked as though a spider had crawled across the paper, having previously stepped in ink. So,
very complimentary then.
Yeah, I think I'm going to avoid that. Annette Boehm has got nice handwriting. So has Chloe Cowan-Vickers. They've both got nice handwriting, but mine is atrocious.
So, Hedvig Karakas of Hungary, just about to come out then against Guidis?
Martina Logidice.
Logidice.
Of Italy, yeah.
It's a new one. Logidice.
Karakas hasn't really competed a great deal. She was, to say that the World Championships were a run-out is a tricky thing, but she was coming back from injury, and the timing wasn't right.
Well, she certainly looked a little bit off, didn't she, at the World Championships, for sure.
Yeah, she hasn't quite recovered from a foot injury that she's been battling with. And I was saying to her yesterday, now's a good time to take that break. You don't want to be carrying an injury.
Is she still carrying the injury now?
Yeah, on her left foot. You don't want to be carrying that injury into the start of the qualification period and then have to take a break. Because by that time, everyone is, up and running.
Absolutely.
However...
But then on the other side of that, you've got to kind of keep your hand in, you do ring rusty.
2009, we go back to when Karakas won that bronze medal at the World Championships in Rotterdam, defeating, at the time, Matsumoto Kaori of Japan. Matsumoto was seriously injured during that. She came out for the fight, but was thrown by Karakas. Yeah.
Well, now we're on another 4-year cycle. Like I said, it'll start to hot up certainly next year. Points will really count then towards qualification, and then you'll see all sorts of things happening. The strategy starts then for qualification. So Karakas almost scoring there. and certainly starting to dominate. Logudis of Italy. Very tactical, the Italians. Every one of the fighters taking the tactical part to the extreme, you could say.
Going back to that 2009 win by Karakash, her head-to-head with Matsumoto, they fought 6 times. 6 times Karakash and Matsumoto went head-to-head. Only once did Karakash win.
And that was for the bronze medal.
And that was the bronze medal at the World Championships. If you're going to win one,
that's the one.
Grand Slam Paris, the Masters in Suwon, the Grand Slam in Moscow, Grand Prix in Hamburg, and the World Cup in Vienna. Only once did she best Matsumoto Kaori, and it happened to be at the World Championships when Matsumoto admittedly was carrying an injury, but it doesn't say that in a book. It just says win.
Well, Karakash really having problems here. Logudis of Italy giving as good as she's getting here. It's a very close match.
Minute left to go. Single Shido picked up by the Italian. Finely balanced. A very good afternoon to Chloe Cowan-Vickers, who says that she's listening. So good afternoon to you.
Yeah,
Chloe.
Good afternoon, Chloe. Hope everything's good at home.
Whereas Chloe, when you need your sheets filled out, you know, with that
she's brilliant.
Lovely handwriting.
Are you saying that my handwriting's not up to scratch?
Yours is actually very good. I can read yours. I can't read mine.
Yours is better, Chloe. Yours is better.
2 penalties picked up by Logudis of Italy. 20-odd seconds left to go. It's one of those situations that Neil and I were chatting about earlier today, when Karakash wouldn't mind a penalty for both fighters.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that it's difficult, isn't it, when you're having to say that one is less passive than the other one, when they're both passive. You're either both passive or you're not.
Nice effort there with the little Diashi Barai that had Logudis just stumbling. Now, if you want to see the rest of this contest, just click on 2 and you'll get that. You'll get the golden score between Karakash and Logudis. But we're going to go down to mat number 1, because we've got the first of the quarterfinals in the under 52 kilo category. It's the number 1 seed, Angelica Delgado of the United States of America, up against Eloides Valentim of Brazil. And we join the contest just as Delgado goes over for Wazari.
Whereas Valentim, that's gone up a weight category, isn't it? And my goodness me, she just opens it up here. Look, going digging for that shimmy waza as well. Beautiful drop Cianagi. Means business.
When you get an opportunity like that to put your opponent away, okay, she made it happen, Valentim. You just hope that when the referee signals, he's going to signal Ippon and it's all over. And I think he did, didn't he? And they changed it to Wazari. Anyway, it's Wazari on the board for Valentim.
She looks very comfortable, doesn't she, at this weight as well? So often when they go up a weight category, I look a little bit out of sorts. But
Takes
she looks,
time.
Yeah, but it does. It takes some people time, and others it doesn't. But she certainly looks to me as if she's in control here.
The only thing I would say, my only concern about this is that Delgado came down from, heavier weights. She's accustomed to fighting bigger, stronger, tougher opponents in a contest situation. Valentin has moved up and has got to get used to that weight. She just caught her nice and early, but for me, Delgado is the danger fighter. She's a very, very physically strong fighter. What used to let her down was her defense, but she's improved on that over a period. Here's the danger for Delgado, and that's on the ground. We know just how good the Brazilians are on the ground, and there's not a lot of that leg in there, is there?
No, it just needs to get the foot out. So can she tie the top half up? The other foot will come up.
Good trap at the moment. No pressure yet from the right leg. That's where it's normally, as it runs down the thigh, it normally gets that out, but Delgado has fought that off well.
Yeah, did well there. She really did. Just kept cool. Needed to upset the balance all the time. So Delgado still in this match.
And the time on the clock, minute and a half. Now, what happens at 48 for Valentin is she can manage that kind of weight and that kind of power. I know there's not a lot of difference, supposedly, in between 48 and 52, but ask those lightweights if there's a difference in when you get your hands on your opponent, and I'm sure that the answer will be yes, there is. And there's a good score. She finished off that, put her on her backside and then onto her back. It was continuous, so that's why Valentin came up with that score.
Yeah, nice ashiwaza from Valentin. Sasai, and Delgado now has a mountain to climb. She needs a big score. She really does.
Just did that, made that effort, Valentin, there with one hand. Threw the right leg across. The left arm had lost contact, but she went through with the attack. It was a little bit better.
Yeah, starting to go into defensive mode a little bit here, Valentin. Delgado's the one coming forwards.
Needs to get both hands on Valentin as quickly as possible to put the pressure on.
Nice Sianagi. The elbow was out, no score.
She's brave enough, isn't she? Going for that, but this is the wrong place for her to be at this time. Really needs to be up on her feet here.
Yeah, seconds ticking away into the last 20 seconds, and Valentin of Brazil doing a good job here.
16 seconds now left to go. One, possibly two more attacks from Delgado, but and the worst thing that can happen now is that they take a break to do their hair.
Doesn't happen to us, does it?
No.
Not now.
You're all right, you've still got some. Here comes Delgado, pressing forward, looking for one more big attack. Not quite there. Good defense from Valentin. She comes up with the last attack, and that will be that. Not what the doctor ordered, I'm afraid, for the number one seed, falling at the quarter-final stage. We'll see her again, but it will be in the repechage, and it may yet be that we'll see her on the podium. It's a really odd thing, the quarter-final. Valentin has won the quarter-final, Delgado has lost, and it could be that Delgado will end up on the podium and not Valentin.
Yeah.
That could happen. Anyway, that's all to come. Who have we got coming up next then? Astrid Neto of France to face Petra Narex of Slovenia. It's Neto in the white judogi, Narex in blue. We were hunting, or I was hunting anyway, for Mark Hausinger. I haven't seen him. He's avoided me. You know?
Well, I think they're doing a demonstration, aren't they? They're doing some things with the kids in between the
I see.
preliminary rounds, and I think there's Mark Hausinger and, of course, Ilias Iliadis.
Far more important than coming up here.
Absolutely.
Get them out there with the kids. I'm still loath to invite Amelia Fulgentes of the United States of America up here until we sort out that loser of the losers situation. Let's get that out of the way first.
She won't want to come.
No. She won't know about it. But I feel duty bound to be honest and tell her. So I think we'll just leave that then, yeah.
That's 2 feet out by Nerix. Again, she twice she did it. Quite rightly so too. Gets second penalty for it.
She's got more experience than this, Petra Narex.
Well,
than to be
she did
wandering
it,
out the
just
area.
walked out. You know, what do you do?
And Neto, quite cleverly, is going to do all of her fighting in on one of 4 different mats, and those mats are each in the corner.
Just let her back herself out all the time. Best way.
She's like a magnet, you know. She's just going to wander back to this end of the mat, and at some stage she'll turn Narex, and then she'll play on that edge.
Yeah, well, gone are the days now where we go towards the end of the area and try and push somebody out, or, you know, that we just step out, because it used to be the danger area anywhere near there. I think that was a good thing, you know, because but the fact that the rules allowed us to push somebody out to win a match also wasn't correct, you know. So I think it's better now, but they should be aware that 1 meter within that yellow area, you just need to spin.
Yeah.
Neto there gets a Shido for bad edge play.
Still playing on the edge.
Yeah, they're both of them.
It never interested me, the edge of the mat, or that playing with the edge. Never came into
I was talking to Ilias Iliadis about it, because I said that all he ever did was try and get him in the middle to throw him. It's same for me, you know. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to go to the edge. I didn't want the contest to break.
So a second penalty picked up by Narex for the edge play, and then Neto decided that she'd get involved as well, and she picked one up. Meanwhile, on the adjoining mat, Popreka of Hungary is tied up Wazaria Peace with Christine Jimenez of Panama. They've just gone into golden score. We got coming up after this one is Papinashvili and Sadigov. And then Becker Oslu and Ashley McKenzie. So we've got some good judo coming up on mat number 1. We'll stick here. That's not to say that the judo isn't as good on mat number 2. We've got Jessica Pereira and Anya Stanger, followed by Robert Shvidabadze and Ahmet Shahin Kaba of Turkey. But we'll
stay on this mat, I think.
Yeah.
So now starts at a different pace here. Nerix comes forwards. She's losing this match. But it's only penalties at the moment. It still could go into golden score, but still plenty of time. She's trying to back Neto up. Dangerous game. Well, her and her sister, Astrid, they look similar, don't they? In their style of judo.
Priscilla has gone up to 57. There are a couple of reasons for that. One, she can eat what she likes now. And then the second one is, I better make room for my little sister. But she's doing well up at 57, to be honest. It's a good move for her. And in the absence, temporarily, I think, of Autumn Pavia, that's not such a bad move. Mind you, Helene Rosovo is around, so she's not going to have it all her own way.
No, absolutely, she won't. Well, it is a bit of to and fro, isn't it, this match? 47 seconds left. Anybody's match, really. Narix starts slowly. She does. Every match I see her in, she starts slowly and then gets stronger and stronger. Well, they were both close to the edge there. My goodness.
See, Narix for me is falling into a trap. Neto has got a single Shido. She can afford to. Oh,
she went down onto the leg there, didn't she, with the hands?
Yeah, she could afford to make a mistake. Could Neto? Narix cannot. Therefore, I wouldn't be wandering over to the mat edge if I were Narix. Astrid Neto, however, is perfectly happy to draw her over there.
Yeah, they both like the edge, that's for sure. You know, the World Championship, I mean, we didn't see many fighters going outside of the area, not many. You know, it's generally now, I think, people stay within the area. But if it's anybody going to go towards the edge, it's normally the French. It is. Always looking for the tactics.
Sorry about that, says Narix as Astrid Neto takes another whack.
Well, she still has a chance, doesn't she, to pull this back, Narix. She gets one more penalty up for Neto, and then it's anybody's match. And this is what a lot of people disagree with this golden score situation.
For me, that was a push out.
Push out for me. Neto should get a second penalty there. Somebody has to get a penalty there. Quite right. Yeah. I agree with that one. Yeah. Totally.
Now, it's just that little bit harder in the exchange there, just making her presence felt.
Yeah, and again, as I said, she gets stronger and stronger as she goes through the contest here, Narix. Starting to just blow a little bit, isn't she, Neto? Narix comes forwards. Narix is the one that's getting stronger and stronger, and Neto in danger of getting another penalty here. Could possibly be. She'll be given one more chance, I think. I don't think it's going to happen quite yet.
Oh,
gets it.
They're done. Yeah, done. I thought that they were going to give one more cycle.
I thought so too. I thought it was going to get one more chance. Didn't get it. And Neto loses it.
Ivana Babiuk is the referee in the middle. One of the most experienced of the IGF referees, deciding, I've seen enough. Right, that was the last of the quarterfinals in the under 52 kilo category. We're going to have the first of the quarterfinals in the under 60 kilo category now. Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia faces Mehman Sadigov of Azerbaijan, his neighbor. It's Papinashvili in the white judogi, Sadigov in blue.
Yeah, he had a good start, didn't he, Papinashvili? Massive ippon previous round. Huge. Sadigov, left-handed, but he does the Yoko Satemi over to the other flank as well. Papinashvili will know that. Watch the head drop of Sadigov. He'll go underneath the armpit of Papinashvili. And he'll try for the Yoko Otoshi. Well, that's again another situation, isn't it? Why one, not the other?
Matthew Bataille, the referee in the middle, deciding that Papinashvili was more at fault than Sadigov. That's the only
More
explanation I could
passive.
give, yeah.
More at fault. Good one. That's got to be a Shido, surely. Sadigov there
He
just
just
drops on his
dives,
knees, yeah.
Bataille's dishing him out now, isn't he? Look, it's my turn now. I'm the man in the middle, he says. Having hung up his
suit.
judogi, he's put on another suit. Come over to the dark side, Matthew.
It's not a dark side, you know, it's not.
I forgot they dragged you down there.
Yeah, come on.
Come over to the dark side, Neil.
Yeah.
Shido a piece, sorry. Papinashvili and Sadigov, Neil.
I got to say, that's the reason I've come. I keep popping back over to the other side. Well, Sadigov has the grip. Now he needs to come in, but he's a little bit reluctant because he can feel the pickup from Papinashvili. So one of these is going to go any second now. Here we go. Oh, look at that.
Head.
Good score.
Oh, I think he went on his head there.
Big Ogoshi.
Sadigov
Yeah.
trying to keep his back off the mat.
Well, it's another topic for discussion as well. A lot of people saying that you can't give some landings on the head, Honsokamaki, and others not, you know, as to when to give it. Maybe for seniors not to give it, and for juniors and cadets then we give it.
Yeah, I'd be giving that one because his back was bent, and the only point of support was his head. You know, he was bent over, but it's such a reflex thing. He was trying to get off there, but using his head.
This is the big problem, and this is the question: is what is purposely done? Its intent is the big word there. So Papinashvili goes through, and quite comfortably, when you think he had the Japanese and then the Azeri, and
Aoki was half a man though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
He was only on one leg.
Yes.
So, right, Becky Oslu of Turkey faces Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. It's Oslu in the white judogi, Mackenzie in blue. They're bringing us more coffee now, look. We've been coffeeed out if we weren't careful. No, I'm okay, thanks. I think I'll wait until Oslu and Mackenzie have sorted things out. It's Oslu on the board early.
Yeah, straight away there with the Wazari and Mackenzie, who is really a great fighter. Ashley Mackenzie just needs to put it together all on the same day. He goes both flanks, but he's got the very experienced Oslu of Turkey in this match. Big Ippon techniques, Oslu. Powerful as well.
You know, Mackenzie doesn't want to come off the ground there.
No.
And yet Oslu lifts him up fairly easily.
With ease. Well, same with ease, and he's just holding his back now. He made it look easy anyway.
Yeah, that'll teach you, won't it? See, that's where Mackenzie's really dangerous. If he gets that left leg further across, and then he can power him over with the arms.
Well, he has some good, really good techniques, hasn't he? That very low Sia Tosh that he does. Ashley Mackenzie, and then he has the Yoko Toshi over to the other flank. just seems to let it go when it gets to the later stages here. Just needs to put it together all at once. Another drop there. Just a minute and a half gone.
Well, since that score by Oslu, he's just taken his foot off the pedal. Mackenzie's come back with 2 or 3 attacks now. Oslu's got to be careful now not to just rest on that.
Well, he is resting on it just a little bit too early for my liking. That's another score, definite score. Wazari scored.
Just gets dragged down there, does Mackenzie, brought down onto his side, then his back. And he picks up a second score, does Oslu. I'm not sure what exactly
Turkish coach
Nadze is signalling, yeah. But perhaps they've got another fighter coming on, and they want someone in the chair. Got someone else on the adjoining mat. Oh, was that another score?
Well, it was,
indeed,
another Wazari there. Oslu just taking Mackenzie apart here. Just over 2 minutes gone, 3 Wazaris on the board. But he's a big thrower. Ashley Mackenzie can still pull the scores back. And he's been taken over again. Another Wazari.
See, I wouldn't have given that one.
Well, he didn't land, his leg was in the way, wasn't it?
He pulls him onto his body.
No, you're right.
So he pulls him onto his leg, and they do cancel that one.
You should be down there.
I'm sure that earpiece is connected to us. So Neil said that wasn't a score. I'm going to cancel that one.
You're the one that said it wasn't. Good call. Seems to have the measure, though. Ashley Mackenzie here finding it difficult to get through the defences of Oslu.
At one stage, were we talking about 2 Russians? The possibility
of a semi-final.
I tell you what, we didn't see the possibility of 2 Turkish fighters.
Well, there you go. It might happen.
It's beginning to look that way.
So Mackenzie still looking for the big technique. Has the sleeve, has the lapel, needs to go in. Every time he goes in at the moment, Oslu just taking him and tipping him onto his back. And there he goes again. Just waiting for the right moment, and that tip of the balance is so important, and that's what Ashley Mackenzie having a real problem with. Last 30 seconds. And it's another score. That's going to be another one, is it? Was the mate called? So another... Oh, it is another score. 4th score for Oslu. Mackenzie goes forwards, but it's going to be a difficult job for Mackenzie. Oslu into the last 10 seconds, and Mackenzie here just dismantled, really. He really was. And Oslu of Turkey just had the measure, and he was waiting for the attacks of Ashley Mackenzie and just countering him. 4 Wazaris on the board there. Bekir Oslu of Turkey goes through into the semi-final.
Busy boy, eh?
It was, wasn't it? And it could have been probably 5 scores there, and it was, one of them wasn't counted. But Mackenzie will come back. Still a chance for him in the repechage.
Right, coming up next, we've got the first of the quarterfinals in the under 48 kilo category. Milica Nikolic, the number 1 seed from Serbia, faces Anne-Sophie Ure of Belgium. And Sophie's last visit to the tatami saw her strangle unconscious her opponent. Nikolic may offer up a stiffer opposition this time around. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Yura in blue. I wonder which Milica Nikolic we're going to get in this contest.
Yes, a lot of it depends on which one turns up, doesn't it? It really does.
She can be really sparkling at times, and then that was
a
crack.
clash, was it?
Yeah, that was a crack of heads. It's like something out one of those what's it, Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, you know, East End headbutt that you'd expect to see in some kind of pub brawl.
Or a Glasgow kiss, as they
Some
call
of that,
it, isn't
mate.
it? Yeah.
Some of that.
Yeah.
None the worse for wear, however. The two tiniest weight category with the heaviest headbutt you could imagine. Bent over double here is Sophie Yura. That's not where she wants to
Well,
be.
she just walked out, didn't she? Surely.
Yeah, the pressure was too much, and for me, that is a step out. And so too for the Turkish referee. He just gave them time to come back in, and he decided, yep,
Did.
I've heard it from Shell and Neil, I'm going to give a step out.
Better do it. I think he is. He's on direct link.
The neat little strangle she brought off in the previous round, and Sophie Yura. It was on very, very quickly, but that Osaikomi is even better. Look at that.
It was a nice turnover.
Yeah,
It really was.
yeah.
She knew exactly what she wanted there when she turned into that, and now just controls the neck and the upper part of the body.
Yeah, that left shoulder is trapped against the body as well, so she can't turn into her, and she can't turn away.
Quick look up at the clock.
Yeah.
She knew it was there, and she almost injured herself.
Well,
actually doing that.
she's back on the head there. She's holding her head. Neck, sorry, as well.
Well, it was one clash ahead.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
she's still hurting. The head is, she's grabbing her head. That was a serious clash. That was funny. You know, they normally bow when they come close to each other. They held their hands and kept their heads away from each other. Not going there
Wouldn't
again.
wouldn't want to do that again.
Right, Milica Nikolic, she's still holding her head. It really was a nasty bump. Coach is going to try and see what he can do. Take her to see the doctor if I was him. Right, we've got the next of the quarterfinals. Gabriela Chibana of Brazil faces Maria Cidero of Portugal. Chibana in the white judogi, Cidero in blue. Just trying to catch up with our picks for this morning in the under 48 kilos. It's still a little bit earlier, but Nikolic was one of the top 4 seeds. She's in there already. Chibana and Cidero.
Well, we have Pareto, the Olympic champion, on the other mat.
In that case, we better go there, mate.
I wouldn't mind just going down,
Yeah,
just have a
let's
little
do
look,
that.
see how she's developing. Let's go down to the other mat.
Right, mat 2 it is. Pareto in the white judogi, Alexandra Pop of Romania in blue. There's no scorers yet. We've got 2.5 minutes left to go.
Paula Pareto, world Olympic champion, and well, not world champion anymore, but she's, of course, former world champion, current Olympic champion there, as you can see. Had a little bit of time out. She finished her studies as a doctor, a doctorate, and
Maybe that's where Nikolic should go for her.
maybe.
I bet she was going to give her a hand. Sorry, Neil, what you were going to say?
So Alexandra Pop there, not scared to have a go here. She's really taking the fight to Pareto. Drop Sianagi there from Pareto. Just over halfway. Always difficult to come back for another qualification period, especially if you're Olympic champion. Don't forget she's been Olympic medalist as well before that. So I'm not sure whether it's her third or her fourth Olympic qualification.
I'll have a look for you. That could be an interesting point. Oh, this will be the fourth qualification, I think.
How many Olympic Games has she been?
Well, was she in Beijing? Would have been Beijing,
Not
London,
quite
Rio. I'll check and see. Hans van Essen will be quicker. You watch.
He will.
I'm going to pretend I didn't get an email from him or a Skype message if he sends one. I'll beat him to it.
He'll be right there.
He could be out at lunch. No, he's there. He's on it. Look, he's on it. I can't believe. All right, let's see. But he still hasn't come up with the answer. He says something about Tani. That's not our point,
No.
mate. That's not our point. We missed the point.
We're talking about Paula Pareto.
He says he doesn't have lunch. Right, let's go through and see. Right, she was in Rio de Janeiro, we know that. She's been a busy girl, hasn't she?
London.
London, yeah, we got that one. And all we've got to do is get to Beijing now. It's got to go back quite a way, that's the only thing. And Beijing, there you go.
So it is a fourth qualification.
Yeah.
Oh, Cianagi, that's going to be
Good
beautiful.
finish.
Drop Cianagi. Was Ari? What a time. Just at the right time. 17 seconds to go here. And Paula Pareto of Argentina just showing us why she is the Olympic champion.
It was a bronze medal in Beijing that she took, a fifth place in London and then gold in Rio. And let's see what Hans says here. Thanks very much for that, Hans.
It's a good performance and just did enough. That's all she needed to do.
On mat number 2, the winner is Paula Pareto from Argentina, and she will be in semi-finals.
So who's she going to go and meet? That's the big question. Lucille Dupont of France against Endo Hiromi of Japan, and that will decide who's going to meet her.
I have not at any stage hid my thoughts on today, and right from the get-go it's been Endo Hiromi.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we said, didn't we, that was going to be probably the final semi-final, wasn't it?
Yep.
Against Pareto
Yeah.
in the semi. It'll be the semi-final in this case, under 48 kilograms. Getting closer and closer. But here we go. Endo in blue and Dupont of France in white. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Ashiwaza there, straight from the opening there from the Japanese Endo.
If some fighters were concerned about losing the leg grab, all they had to do was do exactly what Endo has done there and replace that with the foot, because it was almost like that little leg grab, wasn't it? You know, they used to drop down and just grab your leg and bring you down, that kind of thing. That it felt like that. Well, it certainly looked that way.
It's almost like, you could say the same to Ilias Iliadis, can't you? I mean, he had some amazing leg grabs. What did he do when he couldn't do it? He just adapted to the other things that he could do, and so there's always an argument there. Well, and you're never going to have everybody agree, and people will always argue it, no matter what happens.
But I think that the best defence against that argument is what you said earlier. the good players find a way. You just mentioned Iliadis. Well, who was one of the biggest leg grabbers? Wasn't it Tufshinbaya, the Mongolian? And subsequently, after Beijing and all the changes and everything, he's gone on to win even more medals. Just recently, a bronze in the he won a bronze in Budapest.
Well, exactly, and that's the point, isn't it? It's you could say, well, let's just allow anything, and if you allow anything, then you'll have a free for all. So, there's always going to be. Actually, I was watching the freestyle wrestling, and I have a great appreciation for the physicality of the freestyle wrestling. But we definitely don't want our fighters to be bent over like that, just tapping at the legs again. I really believe that.
I like the fact that there's every appearance of people being, much more upright, and that opens things up for a range of techniques. That's what I like.
Yeah, me too. And you could say, well, what do they know? They're only commentators.
Well, I think you might say that about me, but I don't think they can say that about you.
I think you can honestly say it's an educated assessment.
Bronze medal for Naidan Tufshinbaya in the plus 100 kilo category in Budapest, stepping up from having competed at under 100, where he got gold in Beijing, silver in London, and then a bronze medal at the World Championships here, having been called Mr. Leg Grab Wrestler. I don't think so. It's the kind of thing that it says, I showed you, didn't I?
Yeah, it
yeah. You want to change the rules?
Yeah,
I've got no problem with that, mate.
That's what we were talking about. We were saying it's all about adapting. And that's it. That's
a good
exactly
example, though, isn't it?
Great
2008,
example. Great.
One result and changed the rules. 2017, changed the weight category. Same thing. Off he goes. Single penalty picked up by Lucille Dupont. At least she has kept Endo fairly quiet as far as scoring is concerned, and it's Dupont's turn to have a dig.
Well,
on
she's
the
having a go, isn't she? She's attacking this match, and Endo certainly doesn't want to stay there. All evens now. That's a Shido up for Endo, so she has to come forwards now. Needs to be a score on the board. Great history in the under 48 kilograms, of course, Japanese team. Fukumi, Asami.
Tani before that.
Yeah, Tani before that, of course.
And little, who was it that came to coach in the UK for a while? Tani always kept out of the team. Naga Atsuko. Little Atsuko, yeah. She was at Don Werner's club for a while, wasn't she? Out at High Wycombe she went to as well. Yeah, she went to Pinewood for a bit. And
but I think Tally kept quite a few of them out, didn't she? And I think that happened over a decade. And then
Nagami for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
she was Paris tournament winner twice. Little Atsuko.
Is that right?
When Tani didn't fancy turning up.
2 feet out there from Dubois, and that's going to be a penalty, surely. It has to be.
In golden score, why would you go there?
Well, that's it. It's all over. Absolutely. Yeah. She ran out. I agree with the referee there. They shouldn't change it because 2 feet went out of the area.
And there's not a push out or a steering out. She just wandered out.
She did. 2 feet went out, and it's got to be Endo's match.
Oh, and on one side, anyway. Yeah.
But it didn't happen like that, did it? Yeah. I think 2 feet went outside of the area.
Take your pick, anyway. You can either be penalised for having stepped out of the area, or
which one do you want?
You've got one side grip. Yeah. And I'm not sure what Lucie Dupont is thinking about.
Well, you see, tactical again from the French, and it's arms up in the air. I didn't do it, and it backfired, so played the edge and it backfired.
On mat number 2, the winner is Endo Hiromi representing Japan.
You play the edge, you play the rules, you have to sometimes pay the price.
Yeah, so we were talking about under 48 kilo category fighters for Japan. We mentioned Tani, we mentioned Nagai, Atsuko, Asami, Fukumi, and now Tonaki Funa, who's the current world champion. So they are completely, totally sport for choice. And here is whatever number 3 or number 4. Kondo Ami as well. We didn't mention Kondo. Yamagishi Emi.
Kondo, of course, yes.
There's plenty of them there.
Kondo, of course, third in the World Championships. But
right, on the mat now, the next quarter-final in the under 66 kilo category. Sergio Olienic of Portugal faces Alexander Mariak of France. Olienic in the white judogi, Mariak in blue.
watch out for the very low Cianegis of Alianic and the Yoko Satemi as well. I was going to say that Sketsa was Ari from that one. Quick change of direction. So not quite on his side there, so they took the score off. Well, they put it back on, so Alianic does get the score. What about with the French system? Every one of the French plays tactically. You think they train it specifically?
I think it's part and parcel of their competition makeup.
Yes.
You know, that has filtered through clubs and
it's not
coaching.
just judo, is it?
No.
If you have a look at the, you know, when they go into rugby and to soccer, it goes through all sports. Whereas, you know, it's very passionate, but also they play tactically. It's not just, you know, so they either have absolute brilliance or sometimes it goes tactically very wrong for them. But it's not just judo, it's through other sports as well. So again, just attacks that far flank there, Alianic.
Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan has just defeated Manuel Scheibel of Germany down on mat 1. Hashiguchi into the semi-final.
Yeah, just been plugging away, hasn't he, there?
Yeah, he was one of our ones to watch this morning.
Sometimes you just have to plug away. That's the way it is. You can have a really good, not easy run, but you can have a good run through. Everything goes right. And then you can have other situations where literally everything nearly goes wrong and you have to just plug away, and it's all about winning. Interestingly, I had an interesting conversation with Iliadis, and he was saying that sometimes it's about winning the match. He was on about Teddy Riner and at the World Championships, and he said Teddy said that you know, people are saying I didn't win by Ippon, this, that, and the other. He said I didn't care. I just wanted to win.
But the World Championships, it was the other way around. I mean, up until that point, you know, I was also guilty of saying, you know, it wasn't that. And, you know, Neil was talking about it's easy to say from the commentary position. And I was guilty of falling into that trap of looking at him and saying, you know, it's not Ippon here, it's not Ippon there. You know, when it came to the crunch at the World Championships, he smacked everyone. He really did, under the biggest pressure. I don't think he's been under as much pressure as he was at that event, given the nature of the opposition. All the opposition thought they had a chance. Everyone who went out there fancied their chances. Well, maybe not Freddie Figueroa, but everybody else did. Did he fight Freddie at the World Championships? I'll have a look.
I don't think he did.
I can't remember who he fought there, to be honest.
Oleinik just does enough in this quarter-final match here. Just wins by that Wazari, Yoko Toshi. Off to the side, Mariach of France. A little bit disappointed with that. That's two French back-to-back. Not too happy with their tactical play. He did fight big Freddie from Ecuador. It was... And the thing about it was that he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He had 6 goes at it. Now, he doesn't normally get even 5 because he gets a bye, you know, as a seed. He didn't there, though. So he had to fight the 6. Egyptian, Mongolian, Ecuador, Brazil, Georgia, Brazil. You know, he fought everybody that he had to fight. And he ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ippons. He was only taking the distance once, and that was by Guram Tusishvili of Georgia. Everyone else after that went over. Quarter-final then of 66 kilograms.
Matteo Medvez of Italy faces Sinan Sandal of Turkey. It's Medvez in the white judogi, Sandal in blue. Adanov and his opponent, by the way, on mat 1. There's no score in that. João Crisostomo of Portugal. There's no score over there as yet.
Well, like you said, possibility of Turkey.
Ooh,
semi-final.
Well. Fallen into that one.
That was a great, good score there from Sandal. Switched over to the other side there for the Osai Komi.
Left-sided Osai Komi doesn't look his strong point, but he's going to take it anyway.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong to me.
Ask Medvez.
Yeah, I was going to say.
What do you think?
Yeah, ask his opinion.
Was that strong? I think I'd
no, it wasn't as strong as his other
what
side.
Do you think I didn't get out then? Sinan Sandal it is, who steals the show. Just over a minute it took, including the Osai Komi. And Iraklit Uznadze is very pleased with that win. Right, coming up next, Nakota Smith-Davis of Great Britain faces Katja Kaiser of Slovenia. It's Smith-Davis in the white judogi, Kaiser in blue. Going along nicely here, Neil.
Well, all starting to get to the interesting parts now, of course, as they get closer. And it's really warmed up, hasn't it? Started slowly. And we wanted some of the... we wanted to see some Ippons. So now starting to really open up. Smith-Davis now with the dominant grip. Really looking like the champion she is. That was a brilliant score there. And an Ippon straight away there. Uchimata Smith-Davis through to the semi-final. Looking every bit the world bronze medalist that she is. Absolutely dominated the grip, and I hope the odd time when I've mentioned it we get a replay. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay on that one or not.
No, I don't think you are. It's a right-sided Uchimata, but Chief is he's engrossed in some
often sometimes there. When I've said it I've had the replay a little bit later on, but
he may yet be moved to do it. Anyway, in the meantime, Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia is coming up against Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. It's Mezhetskaya in the white judogi, Karakash in blue. And there you are. Look, ask you shall receive.
That's it. There's
Did she get the leg going there?
Yeah, hooks in.
Kind of.
Yeah.
It's a little stumble here as it goes down onto the ground. It's more like Tayatoshi, isn't it, to be honest, with the right arm around the top, but the leg going across, and then she throws it up there in the end. Just at the end, the leg seems to go up there.
Great technique anyway.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff
finish.
there by
Bang,
Smith-Davis.
over.
What a nippon.
Right, Mezhetskaya in the white judogi, Karakash in blue. Who did we pick out this morning? Mezhetskaya and Karakash as the possibility. So
Outside.
Either way, we've got this sorted, mate. We've got this sorted.
We're doing all right with our... Yeah.
Yeah.
Mezhetskaya will look for the arm around the waist, and Karakash will have to go in hard and strong. Well, they're going to have to grip up at some stage. They will. They'll have to take the chance. And certainly Mezhetskaya is just that little bit off the pace at the moment. Karakash, now that's a better one. That's going to be a score. Well, I said she had to open it up, and she did. Again, connected to us, I think, must be the chain of command.
Teresa Stoll leads in her contest down on mat number 1 against Tamires Crude of Brazil. Stoll, German, leading by Wazari with 1:40 odd left to go.
Brazil have always done it as well, haven't they? They've sent their young teams out. They're way ahead for the qualification. A lot of their youngsters come out. I think certainly Richard Troutman's trying to do that with the German team. Russia now, of course, they've got so much depth in a lot of the categories, so they're doing the same.
Yeah, I suppose if you're like France, Germany, Brazil, Korea, Japan, you know, really big, strong judo nations, you need to be thinking of your 1 and 2, your go-to fighter for the games, and your backup in the event that something should go wrong.
Yeah, and also when they come to meet each other in semi-finals, of course, quarter-finals. That's going to be a definite penalty there, Mezhetskaya.
What do you think of the idea of the way that we do things on the IJF World Tour, where you are allowed a certain number of fighters who qualify in the different weights, and if you want, you can remove one. Let's say that your maximum number of fighters was 7. Maximum number of fighters that you could send were 7. And you removed one from one weight category because you didn't have anyone in that weight category. You didn't have a 66 kilo fighter, but you had 2 at 60 who were both qualified, and ended up going.
I think it should always be qualified by the individual.
And that's what I mean. They were both qualified. You didn't have anyone in 66.
Right.
but you've got two who are qualified at 60, but one can't go because you've already got one in there. You know. Now, if you've got 7, let's say that you've got 7 and you've got one qualified in every weight, there's no question. They all go. But let's say that in 3 weights, you didn't have any fighters who were qualified.
But then you'd have certain weight categories that
Well, you
would
had
have
2.
an exceptional
But you
amount.
can't send them, although you haven't met your 7 quota. Now, in the games, you don't get a 7 quota.
No, but I'm saying
if you
you'll
see
have
what I
certain
mean.
weight categories that will be more loaded than others.
Yeah, it could. Well, no, you still only choose whatever number of. We have a number. How many fighters it is
22.
that's supposed to go in that weight category?
Sure.
When you come to that, that's it. And if 2 of them come from Russia, or 2 of them come from France, or 2 of them come from Japan, then so be it.
You limit it to 2, or you limit it to
Well,
what if there's 3?
The minute that you throw out the word Japan, you realise why you limit it to 1. I take that idea back.
Well, I was going to say that they've probably got 4 and 73 kilograms that could go.
and they'd all fancy going. But they do in Daria Mezhetskaya with the single Wazari overcomes Karakash Hedvig. We'll see Hedy again, but he'll be down in the repechage. Mezhetskaya will be back for the semi-final. But in athletics, you've got 3 from the USA who in the 100 metres or something, or 2 or 3 Jamaicans because they're the fastest on the planet. What you're doing is you're saying, well, I know you're faster than these 4 guys, but
You're not going.
Tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we're not athletics. We don't have the same
not.
kind of numbers and stuff. So
Well, ski jumping, it's the same,
this
isn't
is
it?
how
Ski
we deal with
jumping
it.
is,
Yeah. Right. Christine Jimenez of Panama. This is in the repechage, faces Anya Stange. If you want to watch this one, just click on 2 and you'll be able to watch Jimenez and Stange. But we're going to go to mat number 1. There's a quarter-final down there between Tamaoki Momo of Japan. She faces Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. There's no score yet. We've got 2:20 odd left to go. Ilieva has picked up a single Shido, and here is Neil.
Yeah, still no score. Almost halfway through the contest. Good change of direction now. Did that score? That dropped Sianagi almost. She didn't quite land, I don't think, on her side there. Good change of direction there. Tamaoki. That change of direction so important. Absolutely. Whether it's throwing over the other flank or changing from left to right. Same effect.
Just had a message from Tim Wetzerman. Tim, I'll check with our chief about your message. I'm sure that he's looking into
That's going to
that
go
at the
on.
moment.
Juji Katami there. Just a nice little Juji Katami there from Tamaoki. And it was allowed to carry on even though it went outside of the area. And I think she's good application there of the arm. Try to defend it.
I'm okay with that, carrying out the area, the technique.
No,
finish
it
off.
doesn't matter. And the referees did get full
instruction, yeah.
instruction that if it went outside, if it's progressive, let it go on.
Yeah, good one.
Tell us about your email.
I think the chief's dealing with it. It's about seeing a little bit of another screen on one screen. When you're looking at one screen, you can see a bit of the other screen. So I think the chief will deal with that. He's a good man. He knows all about that stuff. I'm clueless about that, Tim. I'm sorry. I'm lucky if I can get one screen, far less one and a bit. But thanks very much for your email. It's the first time we've heard from Tim Wetzerman. He's sent us an email, and the first time we've heard from him, he's got a complaint.
And he gets it answered as well.
But thank you very much, Tim. It's very nice of you to let us know. We'll try and sort that out for you. Right, who's on there now? Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. She's up against Astrid Neto. However, we're going to ask our chief to take us down to mat number 2 because Popreka of Hungary faces Jessica Pereira of Brazil. It's Pop in the white judogi, Pereira in blue. Semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. Roberta is in the middle refereeing this one. I wonder if Daddy's watching.
Of course he is.
Checking to see how she's getting on.
Well, straight away there, Pup just dropping. Regular medal winner, Grand Prix Grand Slams, Pup. She's always there around about. And here she is again, another semi-final. Pereira, though, taking the Newaza to her. She has the Sangaku, the legs are crossed, but can she get the leverage? They'll have to go pretty quickly. Referee giving it time here. That is controlled. She's going to get it. That's going to go on. That is on. Now he'll give a chance to come up here into the hold. There it is. Osai Komi. Now, this is an interesting one because the Osai Komi gets called if it's side control. If they come back up and they haven't got side control, it's got to be back to Togata and then start again if it goes back into the hold down. Good referee in that.
Yeah, she had a chance there, didn't she?
She did have a real chance, and it was good that he let that carry on because it was really good control. And I've got to say that Pup did really well to get out of that. Just seems to plug away, Pup. Nothing spectacular, just
Very
does
hard
enough.
working,
Yeah, just works hard at it and just gets enough for the score.
Tell you what, though, the Hungarians have stuck with her because there were plenty of occasions when she was, first round knockout. But she showed real promise as a cadet. So she's still quite young. She moved up from 48 to 52 and looks completely different, physically. She was just this 48 kilo category fighter before. Now she just filled out a little bit like the Canadian girl who moved from 52 to 57, Jessica Klimke, and the body shape changes. They're no longer just the girls, they become athletes. She's got that athletic build.
There's a great athlete. There's a good chance there, I think the Canadians have with Klimke.
Yeah.
Well, anybody's match, this one. Over halfway, now what's going to happen? She's hooked onto the leg. She should get a Shido for that, Pereira. Not allowed to do it.
Yeah, I could see the referee setting herself up for giving that penalty, but she's got to stand on one leg and move her leg, so she couldn't walk too far. And I thought, here it comes. It's like a little dance move.
Yeah. Well, you can't grapevine the leg, that's it.
Yeah. Grapevine, I like that word.
Yeah.
Good description.
Yeah, it tells you everything, doesn't it? Extreme right to right. This really is. Both of them want to attack that front leg. Sodi Surakomigoshi there from Pup. And this is where she was in trouble before. She doesn't want that. 27 seconds left. Could go into golden score.
Well, it's gone into golden score down on mat number 1. That's not where Astrid Neto wants to be, who was quite tired at the end of her previous contest. She's gone into golden score with Angelica Delgado of the United States of America, the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category.
Well, Pereira just got a second penalty there. Good job it didn't happen 10 seconds later, because otherwise it would have been all over.
quickly into the golden score period now. Referee wanted them to get on with it right away. She was quicker at calling Hajime than the clock was at giving the little golden score flash.
She wanted them to carry on immediately. I think that's good refereeing. I really do.
Yeah, no hanging about.
So the winner of this will go through to the final. The loser will come through, and for the repechage final match, the bronze medal match.
Don't start talking about the loser again.
Well, you just got to hope that she's not the loser of the loser of the loser, or whoever lost to her.
Fulgentis is out of the picture now, by the way, because Nakoda Smith-Davis has won her contest. So
that's it.
Amelia's safe now. She can be brought up for interview without fear of.
Must be a special way of thinking when you come up with the loser of the loser of the loser.
Well, only someone like Ole could have thought of it, you see. He shall go down in history for other things.
It's already there.
Almost had her there.
Pereira trying very, very hard. Needs to keep control with the arms. She needs a score on the board. Any score will finish this now. One more penalty against Pereira, it'll be all over anyway. Big arm over the top again. Looks for the Kouchi. And Pup just manages to stay off her back. Didn't look so good for the legs though, that's for sure. Well, 2 minutes into golden score, longest golden score we've seen so far, I think, today. Wow, tried to go left that time, Pup. Pereira looking for the front leg there, and both trying to attack that front leg. I think Pup realised she needed to change the direction. Still anybody's match, this. Brazilian not giving up on this. Got to attack. Both cross-gripped, both got to attack. So now, who wants it most? Pereira. Kouchi. Oh, she's got the arm out, Pup. Can she get the leverage onto the arm? It's not quite there. Wasn't quite the right angle. 3 minutes in. So keeps going from left to right. Pup. Oh,
That was
no, I
close.
didn't think so.
No, on the front.
Yeah, I thought the top half was too much on the front. So one penalty up there to Pup. Pereira, the one putting the work in. And I think it's all about initiative here. I think Pup has to take the same initiative. Almost 2 contests in.
No power left.
No, there was no power there with that Cianegi. She got the rotation, but there was no control upper part of the body, that's for
It
sure.
didn't move at
No,
all.
not at all.
Yeah, she really has to have Pereira moving first of all to have any chance of catching her. She's not going to just, launch from a standing position. Got to get Pereira moving first.
So again, both fighters got to go in. Pereira can't just rest on that. Just drops on a knee. She going to get away with it? Yes, she is. One more of those, though, it'll be all over. That might just be all over now. It is. Just dropped. That's. She threw that one away, didn't she, Pereira? I mean, it was so close. Considering this is I would have let that carry on as well. But anyway.
So Pup it is who ends up taking the contest. Pereira sort of out the corner of one eye. Just accepts it, moves on. The coach wasn't very happy. He gives another wave of the hand indicating what he thought of that decision. Right, we've got a repechage contest here. However, down on mat number 1, our buddy may be able to move us and take us down to see the rest of the contest between Eloides Valentim of Brazil, who is up against Petronarex. And would you believe it, Petronarex is leading by Wazari with 1:20 odd left to go. How's about that then? And I know one Slovenian who's going to be really happy about that. Smile on his face, look. It's not right, is it? Look. When you're in these IJF jobs, you're supposed to be completely impartial, show no favoritism at all. But he cannot hide the smile, which is getting wider and wider as he realizes that, yes, it's you we're talking about. Nero, the happy man, but there's a nice effort. Now, for me, that is Wazari. It's also Wazari for Miro, but I'm not surprised about that.
Totally impartial.
Yeah, absolutely. No way was that Ippon, he said. And she's so close as well, 40 odd seconds left to go. And then Valentin comes up with a nice Uchimata Makikomi, which I suppose if we give it its full term, Uchimata Makikomi, it's slightly different from, how do we describe that? It's that is
Soto Makikomi.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about, I've heard people saying, but that's a wrong description, the one that people have said about Uchi Makikomi. It doesn't exist. There must be some other description to describe the hooking and then diving in one direction. For me, that is, I suppose you could say Kouchi Makikomi, because then at least that the Kouchi is the basis on which direction is going on, whereas Uchimata Makikomi for me is you've got the Uchimata look, but you've got the Makikomi dive arm, so you know which direction they're going in. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. I'm so glad you said that.
I'll go with it.
Because for a time I thought I was confusing not only you but myself.
No, we're going to go for it.
This is a good little battle here, isn't it? You know, Rosaria piece. Valentin takes a little right to the chin. And it is judo we're talking about, but with Narek, you're never sure.
Narek gets better as she goes further into the match. Without
just wears them down. Physically, look at her, upright and still battling away. You know, she's got plenty of stamina, hasn't she? That's a hard fight. A little bit of Ashi Waza wouldn't go amiss. Try to come up with the Yoko Satemi Waza. Yoko
just changing direction, wasn't she, really? Yeah. So Narek definitely looks physically strong, but I was going to say she didn't half walk onto that. My goodness.
She ran onto it.
Yeah, brilliant counter there from Valentin.
That was. I wonder if our big man's got a replay. Of course he has.
Absolutely slammed her.
Yeah. Oh, no, he hasn't. No. Of course it's Slovenian. He's not going to replay it, is he? Look at his face, gone completely red.
Yeah,
but here comes the chief. The chief is here to save us. You know.
Great counter attack there. Valentin takes Narek. Narek just walks onto it. She literally did walk onto it. Big technique.
Super finish, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And just when I was saying Valentin was losing some power there, he came up with an absolute spanking finish. We may just catch the replay of that, and then when we're finished we're going to go down to, I don't know, no, I think we're going to give that a miss. Have another look. You got Shvidabadze and Oguzov, Russia versus Russia in the semi-final. Do you want to go and
I think we should go over and see the semi-final.
We may have a replay of this. Here we go. Yeah,
it was a nice Oguruma, actually. She just walked onto it. Well, Tayatoshi. Tayatoshi went over with the arm, didn't she? And then just rotates her onto her back.
Shvidabadze has already won down on mat number 2 by Ippon. Through Ozugov for Ippon. Can you believe it?
No,
not can I. No. Anyway, that one is done and dusted. We've got 2 repechage contests here now. Take your pick. On mat number 1, we're looking at Mehmet Sadikov of Azerbaijan. He's up against Ashley McKenzie of Great Britain. And down on mat number 2 in the under 48 kilo category, Alexandra Pop of Romania faces Lucille Dupont of France. Choice is yours. We're going to stay here with Sadikov in the white judogi, McKenzie in blue. Now, this morning when we got underway, we mentioned who the top 4 seeds were in each of the weight categories. And when we come to the end of this, the broadcast for the first part of the day, we'll give you a rundown on that. So I'm going to leave Neil to do the commentary whilst I look up the sheets and just check everything, so that when we come to the final wrap up, we can give you the breakdown on who did what and who to expect to see in that final block. Here's Neil.
Ashley McKenzie has to pick up the pace here. He's just off, just giving a Shido away and just struggling with the grips. Sadikov just dominating his grips, and he always has a problems with the Azeri fighters, Ashley McKenzie. He does. Needs to attack off the one grip that he has. I think that would be better, rather than trying to put the second hand on straight away. 2 feet out then from McKenzie. Just over halfway.
Did he just signal Wazari there? He did. Sadikov has picked up Wazari. I didn't see what that was for. Mind you, I wasn't looking.
Well, it just countered him back, and it was near the edge. So he stepped out, actually, but he would have probably preferred the Shido.
Step out,
yeah. So yet again, Ashley McKenzie finding it difficult to fight against Azerbaijan fighters. He's got a right Sianagi and he's got a Yoko Satemi on the opposite side. Just tries the Yoko Otoshi there. Now he's got to be careful down here, Mackenzie. Not renowned for his newaza, but nor are the Azeri fighters, but Sedigov going and attacking hard.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think only who I've seen that is Orozhov maybe has got a little bit, but apart from that,
they have specific techniques, don't they? They do.
And unless it
One-off.
happens,
No,
that's it. Yeah, Orozhov doesn't mind having a dig on the ground, but
it's one-off
out of the
techniques,
mould.
and if they get it, they get it. You know, if they're successful with it. There's the right-handed Sianagi that we know he's got there, Ashley Mackenzie.
Georgians with Newaza.
Well, again, it's one-off techniques, isn't it?
Maybe
it's
only
one-off techniques.
Lipatiliani as well.
Lipatiliani has one.
That's it, yeah.
He
roll,
wraps up with the arm and then he goes
and
into the
roll,
same technique the Germans do. Well, now it's Sedigov that's got to attack, because certainly into this last 10 seconds, he's gone into defensive play now.
One last attack here from Ashley. Go on.
Just ran away from him. That one score then from Sedigov, just maintaining the lead, and he wins the match. Ashley Mackenzie won't be fighting for third place. I think generally he finds it difficult against the Azeri fighters. They fight.
You said that.
Yeah, he does.
Well, we've got a semi-final now in the under 60 kilo category. The number one seed here, Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia, faces Bekir Ozlu of Turkey. It'll be Papinashvili in the white judogi, Ozlu in blue.
Good match this. I think Ozlu, of course, very dangerous. He's a pickup man as well. This could go either way. If they lock up, anything could happen here. Cape Canaveral.
Who's going to get launched?
Well, I think that once they get into that kind of position there where they're locked up, Papinashvili certainly seems to me as if he's come on to good form as well of late. He did have a period. He did duck underneath there. That's what
He had a good look, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He said no. He popped his head underneath there.
Ozlu knows the rules then.
Yeah, very, very astute. He is very astute. Plays it very, very close. Very experienced.
He looks like a man on the hunt, doesn't he? Prowling.
Yeah, well, he does. He prowls and he and he hunts it down. And he's the one going forwards at the moment.
He's done again.
Yeah, he did it again.
And he's had another look at the referee there.
I think it's going to be Papinashvili. It'll be an absolute tragedy if it goes to Ozlu.
He's not a happy camper though, is he?
No.
Yeah, he does. Sorted him
He said
out.
it twice, actually, that he went on to the end of the sleeve and also that he ducked. I'm not so sure it's not Ozlu making him do it.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it a little bit more closely now because it's happening so many times.
Well, it's not by accident. What he does, he catches the sleeve and pushes it across so that he ducks underneath it. It's tactical, but it is really good gripping there by Ozlu.
Oh, he's gone across that time, yeah. Oh, slightly different. And then Papanishvili looked as though he might be trying it.
Dominating the grips here, Oslu.
No, mate, no, sorry.
Well, that went up to Papanishvili, and I don't think it's correct.
Uznadze doesn't think.
Well, it hasn't gone on yet, has it?
No, the scoreboard operator was not moved.
Well, it's a good indicator, isn't it, that they're judo fighters as well, because they didn't put the score up immediately.
Good pressure here from Papanishvili now. A little bit of his own medicine, getting him wrapped up in the grips and then coming in with an attack. Ooh.
Yeah, that's not so far away either, is it?
He always looks tired, doesn't he?
Yes, always. He does.
Dishevelled.
He looks tired, dishevelled, as if he's not really in it, and then he explodes in. So both absolutely respecting the other one. Their tactical play here is great, actually, because they're both playing very close to the mark from a tactical perspective. Both feet went outside there, Papanishvili. Lucky to get away with that. Part of the action, the referee said.
Me too. I think there was good pressure there from
no, he's going to get
Oslu,
it.
But no, he's going to get it. Yeah. And Uznadze is beginning to give the impression that he'd like to referee this one. You know, he's thrown his arms in this. What's going on here? You know?
Yeah. Well, it's strange, isn't it? He's in the Turkish chair against a
Georgian
fighter, and
backward and forward. He's gone. Irakli Uznadze. Acrobatically avoided there by Papanishvili.
This is a good performance from Oslu. Just from a tactical point of view, he's playing exactly right. Just enough. He's the one that's looked dangerous so far as scoring's concerned. Saying that just...
Oh, yes, beautiful turn.
4 seconds to go. That's all there was there. And he's stolen it, Papanishvili.
And he's done it really well. Now, did you see Papanishvili signalling?
He just did it there, didn't he? I'm not sure who it was to either.
Yeah, and guess what? He couldn't have been signalling to his coach. Do you know why?
He's not there.
He hasn't got one. He could only have been in one direction. He gave him the finger, didn't he, Papanishvili? He definitely had a little... It's a big hug there.
It was. Yeah. What do you think of that then?
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely gave a wave to Uznadze there.
Yeah.
What a boy. Yeah. Because there's no Georgian coach around.
I don't know why.
Well, there's only one, but he's wearing a Turkish shirt. Let's have a look and see what Uznadze does now. Does he go down to him and give him a tap? Let's have a look. He does. He drags his hand across his back. And then he has a word with him. Look, he's having another word with him. I love it. Look, that was terrific. Nice little bit of chat there going on.
Well,
all good
I'm
banter.
wondering, I hope it was good banter.
Well, he waved his hand and they had a smile. Right, Anne-Sophie Jura of Belgium faces Gabriela Cabana of Brazil. It's Jura in the white judogi, Cabana in blue. I enjoy that little bit of, Right, there's a repechage contest on mat number 1. We're going to go down to mat number 2. This is the contest that we've been waiting for. Down on mat number 2, the current Olympic champion Paola Pareto of Argentina faces Endo Hiromi of Japan. It's Pareto in the white judogi, Endo in blue. It's all yours, Neil.
Well, this is the one that we said, if it was going to happen. This is a probable final. It's not, though. It's in the semi-final. Pareto, has she been out she's been out since the Olympic Games, but she looked pretty good. She's still there, round about her 4th Olympic
Looking for the
yes.
cycle, yeah.
Cycle, and here she is against Hiromi Endo. Endo doesn't lose to many good people, but she does lose to the good ones.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's see if it's going to happen here.
If Endo was able to defeat Pareto, she would end up with an incredible record, and that would have been to have defeated the Olympic champion from Beijing, the Olympic champion from London, and the Olympic champion from Rio, never having been to an Olympics herself. That is unfair, Neil.
Right place at the right time,
you know.
Fortunately, but anyway, she's got to do it because Pareto still there.
The American girl, Amelia Fulgentes, could learn a lesson from that. Did you see just how she stopped with the left hand? She just felt that Pareto was still in the attack with that low Seoinage and didn't go for the leg grab. She picks up a penalty, which is not an unusual thing for the newaza specialists from Japan. That happens quite regularly. They fall behind by picking up a penalty. 2 minutes 43 left to go. No score, just a single Shido against Endo.
Well, it was always going to be very low to the ground, this, wasn't it? It's not going to be stand-up judo. Not with Pareto, anyway.
No.
Close to the edge, needs to get away from it. Pareto will be aware of that. Tactically aware. Semi-final. This under 48 kilos category. The Olympic champion. And then our choice at the beginning of this, Endo, to cause an upset.
Yep.
To be there roundabout anyway. Drop Seoinage. Nice drop Seoinage there from Endo.
Pareto managed to get the right hand out. That meant that Endo didn't quite have control of that sleeve, so couldn't get the turn that she wanted.
Where's Endo as opposed to in Japan at the moment? Number 3 in Japan? 3 or 4? Fukumi.
Well, you've got Tanaki Funa and Kondo Ami above her, so she at least, the best that you can be looking at is 3, possibly 4, depending on who else they've got in the mix. Nah.
No rotation there whatsoever, was there, in that? Seoinage?
They're going to have a look at this one because that was a poor effort. She got away with it.
She did.
Maybe they deemed that to be a failed attack as opposed to false. In other words, it was some degree of effort. It was just a bad one. And where that line is, that's the tricky thing. Well, the three of them, that was a nice coach. He just stabbed the...
just great change of direction, wasn't it, there? Just latches onto the foot, drives backwards.
Just blocks, doesn't she? Just blocks that foot and pushes Pareto back. Pareto, quick enough, her reflexes as she's going over to turn onto her front. Again, a little bit of footwork, just unsettling the Argentinian.
Just ahead at the moment, Endo, I think. Pareto, though,
is he?
Still in it.
Golden score, Neil.
Yeah, golden score. We knew it was going to be a close one, didn't we? But still chances here. Endo can pull that Shido back, and then it's anybody's match. I still think it's anybody's match anyway. No love lost there, is there?
Don't try that with me. Got nice footwork, hasn't she, Endo? Just keeps Pareto aware of that.
Well, she's the one that's initiating here. Pareto is definitely on the retreat here.
She's a feisty little character for a doll-like face. You know, she's got that quiet look about her, and then she's got all the movements of, you know, a bit of rough and tumble.
This is where the ring rusty comes into it. Just doesn't, technique's just a little bit off. Cianagi isn't there, and she's finding it difficult here. That was a good technique, though.
Endo is giving the impression of being a little bit frustrated with some of the efforts.
I think it's the drops, isn't it? She doesn't like it because it's not stand-up judo. But if she's not careful, she'll fall behind here. One more penalty up to Endo, it'll be all over.
Can't get the hands free to even begin any Newaza there. Endo was interested in making a move, but there wasn't anywhere to go. A little stab at Ojigaru was blocked by Pareto before it really got going.
Still anybody's match. They're both looking for the same techniques here, for the Ouchis and the Cianagi.
False attack picked up by Pareto. I think that's a culmination of any number of efforts, really, rather than just that last one. But it's on the board now. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece.
Yeah, any penalty now, it would be all over.
Much nicer if we could
get a score.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Pareto's turn to give Endo a bit of a pulling around then, and he tugged at her twice and unsettled her. Can't afford to let that happen. It's got to be the aggressor.
Well, I think this has turned out pretty much as we thought it would. An absolute stalemate there, and she should have let Pareto just... I was going to say just drop on her hands and knees there, because that might just be it. Pareto might lose it on this.
Would be a shame. We are looking at the Olympic champion, and she's found it difficult to come up with serious attacks against Pareto, but they're going to let it go. I'm up for that too. But just...
It wasn't quite decisive enough, was it?
Yeah.
She was lucky to get away with it that time, Pareto. Too many drops. That had no rotation whatsoever.
You see, the difficulty here is that Pareto is aware of the... I'm okay with that, and I'll tell you why.
Absolutely.
Pareto is aware of the possibility of Endo picking up a penalty. Why? If she's passive. So the thing that Pareto's got to do is to come up with attacks. But they've got to be genuine attacks to throw, not attacks to make Endo look passive. And unfortunately, neither of those
didn't have any rotation whatsoever.
Exactly. They were poor efforts, and under the circumstances, they were designed to put pressure on Endo, not to throw her first of all. I want to put pressure on her and make her look passive.
But they've got to have rotation. They really have got to have rotation. You know, we saw it in the final of the heavyweight category in the women's world championships, and the Chinese were just falling flat on the face. No rotation, no turn, nothing.
Alexander Mariak of France is on the mat against Matteo Medvez of Italy. But we're going to go down to watch the semi-final in the under 48 kilo category. It's the other semi-final that was also gone into golden score. Milica Nikolic of Serbia. She's the number 1 seed. She faces Maria Sidero of Portugal. Nikolic in the white judogi, Sidero in blue. We know as much about this contest as you do at home, because we haven't seen any of it. We've been watching Endo and
obviously a tight match, you know,
Pareto
between them, and 2.5 minutes into golden score, anybody's match. So this will be decided on just who is the more precise with the techniques. That didn't have much control with the upper part of the body, and that was off the floor. This is the exact situation here where we hope that it's not just on the aggressor, but the one that's initiating or trying to initiate the techniques. They're the ones that we want. We want the scores. Now straight onto the shimiwaza, and that was across the face. Good transition though. Siderot, Portugal. Again, just about getting away with it there, Nikolic. And again, just about getting away with it, just breaks the balance there. Siderot.
Second penalty.
That's it. It's all over. Nikolic of Serbia will go through to the final.
Right, there's a repechage contest coming up next. We've got one going on down on mat number 2. Sergio Oljanic and Sinan Sandal, the semi-final on mat 2 to come. We've got Hashiguchi and Ardanov in a contest time. We're going to stay here then. Not going to move from one repechage to another. Manuel Scheibel of Germany faces João Crisostomo of Portugal. Scheibel in the white judogi, Crisostomo in blue.
Some new names.
Yep.
Some new fighters. Scheibel here. One of these is going to be fighting for 3rd place. So definitely new points in the world rankings. Nice Ouchi, that's going to score. I thought that he rolled him then. Second stab there seemed to do it for me. I didn't see the landing quite as clearly as I could have done. But anyway, no score given for that. Nice Ouchi though. Sure they're having a look there on the video referee. Crisostomo now just trying to tighten it down a little bit there. Nice Kouchi. 2 good attacks there by the German. Well, Scheibel of Germany just dominating at the moment, just picking when he wants to attack, really. Crisostomo will have to up the pace just a little bit, just get back into this match. Well, he hasn't done anything yet. Chrysostomo just being dominated. Scribal just choosing his time, looking for the Sumigaeshi this time. Winner of this, don't forget, fights for third place.
Medvez has just won his contest down on mat number 2 over Alexander Mariak, so Medvez will fight for bronze. Wasn't one of our picks this morning.
Well, we have a semi-final just about to go on in the under 66 kilos. Aljanic against Sandal.
Yeah, let's go down to mat number 2 then. Sergio Aljanic of Portugal faces Sinan Sandal of Turkey. It'll be Aljanic in the white judogi, Sandal in blue.
Again, two big throwers, these two. Well, that was a really powerful Yoko Toshi there from Aljanic. And he had the arm all wrapped up there. It looked really tight when he went down for that. Sandal just objecting that it was that tight. So tight that it was one of those techniques where you either went over or your arm gets damaged, which it nearly was.
Almost.
It was. It was really tight.
Three more contests left on each of the mats, and then we will take a break. It will be about 3:30 here by the time we finish off. Time enough for a bite to eat, Neil.
Fantastic. Sounds
from
good.
the Mars bar that you
still there.
up, which
That's
was,
just
which was
torture.
delicious. Well, I've had the Mars. The Mars is gone. You know, there's only the Snickers left now, and I shan't take two. That would be over the top.
And it'll be stealing.
Yeah, that'd be greedy, and I know I'll get a smack, so I'm gonna leave that one.
Yeah. Very fast there, Sandal, with that drop Cianagi. Good, exciting contest, this. Aljanic looking like he could throw. Sandal looking like he could. Oh, look at that. Yoko Satemi as well. Doesn't quite get him onto his side.
Similar body types.
Yeah, they're very similar. It's similar styles, isn't it?
Yeah. Quick tempo.
It's pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the pace is good. Somebody's going to go any second now. It's a little bit like watching two big hitters, isn't it, in the boxing ring, and just both having a go at each other, and you know that something's going to go, something's going to happen.
Ooh, big stretch with the left leg. Couldn't sit down and bring his opponent down, though.
No. Well, he traps the arm when he goes over for that Yoko Toshi. That's what hurt Sandal in the first place. So impossible for him to get the score. Look at this. Impossible because with the counter, he went onto his own back. She knew that, of course.
Little over a minute left to go. No score yet. Good strong effort there from Sandal. Aljanic managed to block it early enough, and even though there was a second push from Sandal, it didn't come off. He gave out a large kiai, but that didn't help him either.
No, at this stage, doesn't really, does it? Might make you feel better. And again, the counter technique, not able to score because he drops onto his own back.
Almost got himself in trouble there.
Yeah, he did, almost. He did. Needs to get some kind of gap in between himself and the mat.
Good battle here. 20 odd seconds left to go. It's kept us engrossed.
Yeah, it's anybody's. Good attempt at the Cianagi as well, Sandal.
Sergio's got to be careful here. Another round from Sandal where he attacks first, and as long as he keeps up good, meaningful attacks, could be Olejnic will fall behind here. He doesn't, however.
That's it.
He catches it.
Oh,
Almost.
now then. Ah, that was one of the ones on the front again, wasn't it?
See, this one's away from her, for me. Her contest judges have got a better view of this. Wasnazi's out of his chair already. He's not even arguing it. He accepts that. He was lucky to get that.
Well, again, it's is it front, is it side? Is it too much on the front? But I think it's one of the questions that will be argued next month.
Well, we've seen it once, so has she, but she's the one with the badge, she's the one, you know.
3 contests in the World Championships it cost.
Well, Sergio Olejnic of Portugal goes through to the final then. We're going to go down to mat number 1 because we've got the second of the semi-finals in the under 66 kilo category. Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan faces Anzur Ardanov of Russia. It's Hashiguchi in the white judogi, Ardanov in blue.
Very fresh off his semi-final there, Ardanov, isn't he?
Yeah, hardly tested.
So right to right, extreme. But certainly with the unorthodox grip there, Ardanov. Oh, look at that. Sodi, set up for Sodi on the left there. Hashiguchi is looking for the Sodi Surakomigoshi on the left-hand side. So this time decides to go the other way. So Ardanov looking for the counter. Now set up for it. Look up for the Uchimata, and then the switch to the Sodi Surakomigoshi by Hashiguchi. There's the Uchimata.
Irrespective of the threat from, a counter or an agi or something, Hashiguchi doesn't look as though that's in his mind. He's only
just
waiting
looking for the ippon.
For the ippon,
absolutely,
yeah.
That's all he wants. And I think that will be the difference here. I think that will make the difference in the end. Hashiguchi, I think, he'll switch this. He'll go into the left, to the left side. And I think that's the advantage he's got. Is he able to switch it left and right, looking for the right Uchimata. Watch out for the switch. He stepped outside there, Hashiguchi, I thought. 2 legs outside. got to be a Shido. Somebody. So he does get it. Hashiguchi gets it. Just needed to be a bit more aware of where he was. Tomonagi this time. Hashiguchi. A little bit of frustration going in there.
He's upset at the cut that he's got on his nose. He's had to go off again. He had that earlier on. You can see him shaking his head. Well, you know, that happens. It's a contact sport, and from time to time it's going to happen. He was up for the battle and not really interested in taking a break at this point.
No, exactly. He wants to get on with it. You can see that. He doesn't want to go off.
However, that is the rule. Karakash Hedvig is leading by Wazari with half a minute left to go in her contest with Katja Kaiser of Slovenia. That's a repechage contest on the adjoining mat. So if Karakash should take that, she will then fight for a bronze medal. She was one of our ones to watch this morning. Not in the top 4 seeds, but picked out as one to watch.
Watch out for the score now. Sodi looking for the Sodi. There's the Sodi again. Just as soon as the hand was turned inwards, you can tell that the Sodi was going to go in. But he does it left and right. Well, he's losing this match, Hashiguchi, by that Shido up on the board. Doesn't make any difference. Got to be a score. That could make a difference if it goes into golden score.
And we're only half a minute away from that.
Yeah,
so
we are.
You want to get that sorted out.
57 kilograms. In Judo representing Russia, Daria Mezhitskaya.
Immediately after this contest, we'll go to see the semi-final on mat 2 in the under 57 kilo category, but we may be delayed in that because Hashiguchi and Ardanov look as though they need a little bit longer to sort this one out.
Well, you've got to say that Hashiguchi definitely the one looking for the big score. Saying that, Ardanov experienced enough to know that he wants the counter. He's looking for a big score as well, just different way into it. Now something's going to happen. Tries for the Kouchi, didn't quite get it. Hashiguchi just manages to climb off it. Still anybody's match. Somebody's going to go here. They're going to open up just that little bit. One more penalty up to Hashiguchi, it'd be all over, but any score on the board as well.
Little tap on the foot as he attempted some Ashiwaza there, Hashiguchi, but Ardanov was fairly clever. Felt that coming. A little Satemi was there on the edge of the mat there.
Yeah, like you say, just it was good tactics.
He doesn't look...
What an Ashiwaza that was.
I was going to say, he doesn't look troubled at all, does he, Hashiguchi?
No, he didn't. And that was a great Akuriashi. Wow. Just takes him down absolutely flat on his back, and that was under pressure. Beautiful Ashiwaza. And that's why the use of the feet there, the use of Ashiwaza is just so important. That was absolutely superb. Ardanov coming forwards, pressing hard, And he says, yes, absolutely. Watch this. As they move there, and just both feet together. The Kuriashi Harai, a quick adjustment of balance there, and that was pure judo. Beautiful. Both feet went. You could say, and this is exactly what we're talking about here, having control with the upper part of the body there and having control with the hands, flat on his back.
Right, we're going to go down to mat number... Oh, we are down there. Well done. No, we're going to go down to mat number 2. I thought we'd already shifted down there. Let's go down to mat number 2 to have a look at the semi-final that's taking place between Dakota Smith-Davis of Great Britain. She's up against Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia. Mezhetskaya has picked up the single Shido. There's a minute and 40-odd left to go. Here's Neil.
This is where Dakota Smith-Davis has to be careful she doesn't overstretch, because if she does overstretch, that big arm of Mezhetskaya will come round her back for the counter. She's got to make sure that it's hard and it's strong. Overreaching is not what she wants to do here. The world bronze medalist now starting to really establish herself as a real class act in this category. She really is. Always, we knew that she had the ability and the class, and now really showing just what she's made of, and that was a good attack there against Mezhetskaya.
Yeah, Smith-Davis is looking more solid. I don't know what happens. Well, maybe it's the case when the results finally come your way, all of a sudden there's a presence
glass
about
ceiling.
you, you know?
That's what it is, isn't it? It's glass ceiling. You break the glass ceiling and then you realise that you really are capable of doing that, and not just once, but capable of doing it again and again.
Well, it would be nice if those again and again move from IGF World Tour events to, you know, the really big ones, World Championships and Olympic Games. Mind you, if you can take in a few Grand Slams along the way, that's a good thing too, but...
Of course.
I wonder how much money you would have earned, Neil, if they'd been money on things like, you know, the German Open or definitely the British Open. You'd have been a millionaire by now, but, you know, whacked a few over in there.
Well, yeah, the Grand Prix and Grand Slams, or the equivalent of. Quite a few over. It would have been all right anyway. Well,
there was a good shape there for a moment. Didn't have the hands on, and there's the danger from Mezhetskaya. Made something almost out of nothing there.
Well, again, that's what I said at the beginning there. She has to make sure that she goes in hard and strong. 2 penalties up there for Mezhetskaya. Still want to see this decided by a score.
We've got one more contest on mat 1 after Krud of Brazil and Ilieva. It's Ilieva who leads in that one, that repechage contest at the moment. But after that, we've got Teresa Stahl and Tamaoki Momeo in the second semi-final. This one is Smith-Davis and Mezhetskaya. Oh, almost with the Ashiwaza there.
It was almost. She landed on her elbow. And the referee not even close to giving it a score.
Good pressure there from Mezhetskaya.
Mezhetskaya coming back into this match now, and Dakota Smith-Davis has to pick up the pace again. Bounces back though. Now then, is that going to be a score? She gets it.
You know, it was poor tactics from Mezhetskaya. She misunderstood that situation. Just relaxed. You saw her body relaxing, thinking that there was a mate come in. There was no mate there.
No, absolutely. It was a big mistake, that was.
The thinking was wrong there, I'm afraid. Well, afraid.
No, absolutely it was.
You know?
She did make a mistake. She did stop. She did think it was mate. Referee didn't say anything except Wazari.
Yeah, it was continue. There was no mate there. Right, we are going to go down to mat number 1 now to have a look at the last contest from this first part of the day. Theresa Stoll of Germany faces Tamaoki Momo of Japan. It's Stoll in the white judogi, Tamaoki in blue. Just tidy things up here. Big hello to everyone who's still watching, despite the fact that we are almost at the end of the broadcast. We've still got one contest, and that's the one taking place now. A big hello to Søren Starker. He and his family are watching little Meteor. He's only young. I'm not sure if he's a year old. Is Meteor a year old? He's got to be a year old, I suppose. And Annette Berm. It's a busman's holiday, isn't it? Look at that. Lovely.
Big hello
yacht.
to Annette. How lovely is that?
You might need your arm back down.
Big hello to Annette. Sorry about that. I was off air there. Didn't realise
What a
it.
boy. Look, he's only a year old. Mum got him trained already, training him up.
So last contest in the prelims of this first day here, and well, we've seen some good ippons, some nice stuff towards the end. It started off a little bit slow, I have to say, but really picked up now.
Yeah, picked up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good attacking stuff there from the German Stoll, right the way into the attack. Tamaoki just doing well there to avoid the score. Now dominating the grip. Can't just drop. Stoll have to be careful there. She's already got a penalty on the board.
Just finding the gripping and movement from Tamaoki difficult. That's what it is.
Yeah. Gets the second penalty up just for dropping.
Minute 40 odd left to go. Plenty of time. 57 kilos is where the Japanese are really strong. They've got plenty of depth there. No wonder Deguchi Krista jumped ship into Canada. Mind you, she's ended up in the lap of who is it now? 57. We just called her name earlier on.
Yes, we did.
Jessica Klimke. There you go. Because Klimke freed things up when Catherine Boschema-Pinard went up to 63.
Yeah, Klimke, and one of their best, I think, possibilities, one of their best prospects, for sure.
Yeah, she's just improving and getting stronger in the right time period. She's not the finished article yet. If there was an Olympic Games tomorrow, then, unfortunate. But 2.5 years, plenty.
Big chance of an Olympic medal, I think.
Yeah, good strong fighter. Just needs to develop a couple of things there. She's strong enough, there's no doubt about that. She's done all of that kind of work and just wants to improve on the execution of a couple of her techniques, that where she was banging them over at cadets, little stall period as she changed weights through the juniors, and now at senior level needs to get back onto that,
I think she's a winner as well. I think that's important.
Oh, definitely got the fighting material. Yes. I think she showed that as a cadet. I was convinced that was a fighter when I saw her as a cadet. There was none of that sort of, girly type winning. It was clinical. It was really good for that level. She showed some real promise now to carry that through to senior level. 2 penalties picked up by Theresa Stoll. Maybe that we're going to have to finish this off in golden score. Well, I said 3:30. We're at 3:30 now, but they obviously didn't hear me. They're going to keep going, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Just to say, I told you that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. 3:30. I'll show him. Tamaki with a right-sided effort there that Stoll just manages to get off. We continue. Keep going, yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, just one more penalty up there to Stoll and it'll be all done, won't it? But still looking for the score, both of these.
I think she's been positive enough. It's just that she's got an extremely difficult competitor in front of her. Tamaoki has caused her some problems initially with the gripping, and she ended up coming under pressure. But now that she's stepped up a little bit, she's found the defense of Tamaoki just as troubling as the attack. Almost got past that. There wasn't enough of the arm under control to come up with a telling attack for that Seoinage, but she got herself into a good position. Just over a minute of golden score gone. At the end of this, stay with us because Neil and I will give you a rundown on how well the top 4 seeds did. We mentioned the top 4 seeds in each weight category right at the beginning of the programme, so we'll give you a rundown on how well the top 4 seeds have done and how well our picks have done. Those were the ones to watch in each of the 5 weight categories. We'll give you a rundown on that in a minute or so when this one is wrapped up.
Still anybody's match this. Stoll could still steal it.
Nicely done, Neil.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got that poet going about you, haven't you? Yeah. I know you like writing because you've got a book out, haven't you?
Do you know what? Funny you should mention that. Game of Thrones.
As it happens.
Yeah, Amazon. Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. A catchy little title if ever there was
catchy.
one.
Catchy.
I've got a friend who is consumed by watching Game of Thrones, which sounds a lot like your book.
It does.
Yeah.
Not
I'll tell you what.
uncoincidentally.
You know something? You just can't get people for stealing titles. I know. I'd take some money off them if I were you.
I'm going to. How dare they?
I know. Minute 59 of golden score already. So 2 minutes added. And Stoll, to her credit, demonstrating that, yep, she had some problems with the initial gripping and movement from Tamaoki, but she was still in it. Good girl. Strong fighter, Theresa Stoll.
Yeah, just not giving up. Not at all.
But I think that's
Gonna be
done
it.
now. Yeah. He's asked them to tidy things up, and as I said to Emilia Fulgentius this morning, you learn things not only from winning but from your losses. Theresa Stoll may feel, hard done by here if she picks up a third penalty or when she does, but hey, there's plenty to take away from here, and she should feel proud of having put in a good performance. She comes out second best on this occasion. Stoll will fight for bronze. It'll be Tamaoki Momo, who came in here as the number 4 seed, who makes her way into the final. Okay, now our chief has been waiting to put the big lights on us. He likes that, doesn't he?
Does.
Lights, camera, action, which he has done, and it puts us in the position of having to give you a rundown on how how the top 4 seeds did. So let's have a look at the under 60 kilo category. Papinashvili, the number 1 seed, in the final. The number 2 seed, Robert Shvidabadze, in the final. So that's worked out really nicely. Papinashvili and Shvidabadze to go head-to-head, and Oguzov and Oslu will compete for bronze 3 and 4. So that's an absolute...
It's an absolute go, yeah.
Top draw finish there. As far as our picks are concerned, they both blew out. Aoki of Japan and Felipe Kitadai of Brazil, they both blew out. This is when Neil says, I never picked him, you did, Shell. Okay, so...
Did you mention Aoki?
I did, yeah. It was me that mentioned it, right, yeah. So Aoki, and he, although in our defence,
he was
Aoki,
injured.
He was injured,
yep.
right? Kitadai who knows, mate? But anyway, in the under 66 kilo category, Yakub Shamilov of Russia, another one who didn't have the best of days, but the number 2 seed, Sergio Oljanic, he's in the final. Nathan Katz, unfortunately, didn't make it. However, Anzo Adanov, the number 4 seed, he's in the bronze medal position. Our one to watch in the under 66 kilo category.
Well, he's the one. Hashiguchi, I think, for me is he's going to be there, and it'll be some final.
Good final.
Oljanic as well, and very experienced.
And Hashiguchi.
Yep.
Right, we'll go backwards down 57, 52, 48. Theresa Stoll, we've just seen the German there losing out to the number 4 seed Tamaoki Momo, so it'll be Tamaoki in the final with the number 2 seed Nakota Smith-Davis.
And I think it's going to be a close one. I think Smith-Davis, really good chance, if she dominates the grip, but she'll have to be careful of the Ashiwaza, very smooth Ashiwaza.
She'll give her
Japanese.
Just as good a go as Theresa Stoll did. And took her into gold.
Without a doubt. So. And with the form she's having at the moment, you can't write her off for not winning it.
So Smith-Davis and Tamaoki Momo in the final. Stoll down into bronze medal position. The other person that we mentioned this morning was Daria Mezhetskaya. She will of Russia. She'll fight for bronze. Our one to watch, Karakash Hedvig.
Fighting for bronze.
That's not bad. We've done reasonably well there. Right, in the under 52 kilo category, the number 1 seed, Angelica Delgado of the United States of America, she'll fight for bronze. The number 2 seed, Popreka, she's made it into the final. Jessica Pereira, the number 3 seed, she'll fight for bronze. The only one that we lost out there was Astrid Neto. The final, however, is between one of our ones to watch, Eloides Valentin, into the final. She'll face Popreka. That's not bad.
No.
Done well there. I feel vindicated in a way. And then we come to the under 48 kilo category. Milica Nikolic of Serbia, she's made her way into the final. The number 2 seed, Paola Pareto, she's down into the bronze medal match. 2 blowouts from the top 4 seeds. Monica Ungaranu out, Gabriela Chibana out, and then the final is between our one to watch, Endo Hiromi, into the final. She'll face Milica Nikolic of Serbia.
Did very well.
Not bad, eh? From our ones to watch, final bronze. That was not bad. The top 4 we don't have any control over. They are they are the top 4 seeds, but our ones to watch, Hashiguchi final, Endo final, Eloides Valentin final, and Karakash bronze medal. I feel pretty good there. Yeah.
You must know what you're talking about.
Good one. Join us again in an hour and 20 minutes time when it will be all the medal matches, but from Neil and I, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye for now.